Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Poker House Dallas, Poker House Live. Eddie, the Asian sensation, in the booth, along with Paul Gator Tassoni. We're here for another Friday night 5/10/25 Match the Stack live streaming here. Got a nice little lineup this evening. I got OFC in the 1 seat, Zefish in the 2 seat, Brian Green in the 3 seat, AJ in the 4 seat, Chris Cashman in the 5 seat, Assassin in the 6 seat, Short Street in the 7 seat, the Moneymaker back-to-back Germans in the 8 seat, and RV Phil as well.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for being here. Thanks for the introduction, Eddie. And the lineup today is going to be action-packed.
It's going to be super, super dope.
Going to be a lot of fun.
All right. You've been on this side a couple times now on the 5/10/25. What's your opinion on this live stream? I'm going to turn on the tape audio mic as we get going.
I'm sorry. Say that again.
So, what's your take on this stream in terms of how crazy this game can be?
Oh, how crazy this game can be! It's going to be one of the wildest games. You got RV Phil, you got Zefish is in here to mix it up. OFC's here. Everybody here is very notable and going to mix it up. I'm sure Brian's going to mix it up. I'm sure Assassin's going to mix it up. I'm sure Moneymaker's going to be in the mix. It's going to be a really action-packed game, especially if RV Phil here, who I don't think is lost all year.
Yeah, he's been between here and TCH. He's been running super solid. So
yeah,
excited for this lineup. Excited for these players. Table mic's going to be coming up here in just a bit. So we're going to kick off action here very shortly. Oh, I think we're actually already in for action. All right.
We're going to have a lot of fun today. This is definitely going to be one of the best streams.
Yeah. I have a really sick stream coming up next week.
Really?
For Friday night. I may end up just converting that next Friday stream to 2550.
Wow.
It's just a 2550.
There we go.
I got a couple of players that I've messaged from San Antonio.
Okay.
They're interested in playing.
Oh, yeah.
So a couple of those names I've talked to you about. So
yeah, let me hear it. I'm excited to see this.
Yeah, don't want to announce them yet, because I'm not 100% sure. So they said they would love to play. They just don't know what their schedule is. So I want to work on that.
Hi, Mark. How are you today? I see you said hi in the chat.
Mark, are you playing right now? The 2-5 ROE. Got a busy Friday night here at Poker House Dallas, Poker House Live. We got a number of tables going on right now. We got two 5-round of each games going on here in the semi-private Kim's private game. The live stream here getting going. We got 5 1-2 tables, 2 $5 bomb pot tables. So 10 tables going. Probably going to get more throughout the evening.
Oh, yeah. It's still early. I mean, it's 6 o'clock. About 6 o'clock right now. It's 6:05.
Yeah. And there's supposed to be a tournament at 6. Not sure if it's going to make or not. There's a couple other tournaments in the DFW area. The Fort is having a 500, 150K guarantee. Shuffle's having a 30K free roll. So,
I saw that big free roll, yeah.
Yeah, so, a lot of those players are probably going to be playing some of our regulars that play this Friday night tournament. So, well, you never know, though. Sometimes this tournament makes, late sometimes. So, as we get going with the action here in just a second, I didn't tell you about this yet because we're so busy getting everything ready. We got a hand in one coming up. It's going to start off as a flip. So while we're working on this flip, you guys want to watch it. So I've told you before that Eric is good friends with the software developer in Australia.
Yes, sir. Mm-hmm.
And so, we've been playing the NIT game, right?
Yeah.
Now the software is programmed for the NIT game.
Okay.
So when they play the NIT game, I'll know because you'll see a yellow dot around their name. That means they're still in the game.
Right.
So people don't have the yellow dot. I've given up their NIT button.
Okay. That's going to make it a lot easier for people to follow.
Yeah, and then 2, we've had some issues with the NIT game before. Now, let's say you and I are in a hand, and let's say I have my NIT button, and you win a hand, and you give up your NIT button.
Yeah.
But you forgot to flip over your cards.
Because you have to flip them over to
in order to
get rid of it. Yeah.
Let's say I accidentally remind you, hey, Gator.
Right.
Don't forget to flip over your cards.
Right.
Like, oh crap, you flip over your cards. As a penalty for the person that rewards, like I either assume I'm gonna assume your nit. You still get rid of your nit button.
Yes.
But now I assume your nit button.
Okay.
So I would have now 2 nit buttons.
So now you have 2.
Yeah.
Now you have to win 2 hands.
Now, or let's like same thing. It's like say you get rid of your nit button, you remind somebody now you have a nit button again. So effectively, you're getting rid of 2 nit buttons.
Right.
It does that, and it sounds like they're going to be playing the nit game tonight. They asked for the nit buttons. I don't know when it's going to go in effect. So, hopefully everything is good. Got Garen in the chat. Oh, so again to talk about that. This Sunday is our Chat Pro meetup game. Starts at noon, 1-500 cap. It's basically, it's the same game that it's run on the main floor. So there's nothing special about it. People bring food, booze, snacks.
Have a fun time.
Yeah, it's more for casualness than it is for like competitiveness. Here we go.
All right, so it looks like we're kicking into the action.
Now the min buying for, and it's a match of stack, but the initial min is 3K, the initial max is 5K.
So
match of
3
stack.
to 5.
3 to 5. No one at this table is buying in for 3K. Everybody's buying in for 5K. Everybody's gonna be 5K deep starting out.
Yep.
Got Tiny Poker in the house. Thanks for tuning in. Zefish winning that flip there. So people don't usually add on for the nit button. Like if whoever wins it, it's only $800. But
Oh, you mean the flip?
yeah. Did I say the nit game? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Like when whoever wins the flip, people don't typically add on there. So
Right. So getting into the action here, RV Phil with the King 9 off and OFC with King Jack off, flopping the top pair. And he's going to get a bet and a call from RV Phil.
interesting spot because this is a blind versus blind scenario. So
Yeah, small blind versus big blind.
and
Two
I
good
don't.
hands for the blinds.
Yeah. Now, I wouldn't be surprised if RV Phil. Okay, I thought RV
check
Phil.
fold.
Yeah. And against a player like OFC in a blind versus blind scenario who can barrel, I wouldn't have been surprised to see RV Phil call that second barrel and like kind of check fold the river.
Because that's the thing, because OFC can have any 2 in the blind.
Yeah.
And an RV Phil can have any 2 in the blind as well, in the small blind completing the extra.
Yeah.
So it makes the ranges a lot wider than if you were to just play it under the gun or somewhere else.
Yeah. And if you're in a tournament spot, getting a lot of more of my knowledge is in the tournament spot. In a blind versus blind, RV. I didn't see what the action was pre-flop. It's a limp raise call kind of thing.
Right.
Check bet call at least one street, and then maybe check bet fold turn depending on action.
And it looks like the $50 straddle is on already. And Assassin here, under the gun +1,
Now-
raise 150.
Assassin is going back to Germany on Tuesday, so I said let me get you in one stream.
Assassin, or you mean someone else?
I meant this. I'm so sorry. Shorshi.
Sure, she's going back to Germany, right?
So I promised him one last seat here at Poker House Dallas on a live stream before he goes back. Told him to get in contact with me when he gets back.
And look at this, RV Phil with 2 jacks.
Just gonna call.
Very interesting from RV Phil. And getting a good flop for both hands.
Yeah.
Wow. Now, Assassin here, he's got the gut shot, but so does RV Phil, and Assassin with top pair. But RV Phil with the overpair jacks and the same gutter ball.
Yep. Oh, min raises here. You don't see a ton of min raises generally at these stakes, so
No, you don't. And this is a very interesting play, and I think he's going to get called. Assassin's not going to go anywhere top pair.
see what the river the turn's gonna bring. It's probably gonna be check bet call maybe.
I can see Assassin check calling here from RV Phil. RV
Yeah.
Phil definitely going to bet.
Because Phil could have some like weird eights in his hand, like ace 8 suited.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm in
Ace-8.
Assassin spot, I like check calling as well. If his hand, we're not expecting RV Phil to have 2 jacks.
Yeah.
So I don't blame him for check calling here if he does. But maybe he might smell it out a little bit and say, something suspicious here. Might find a fold, but I'm going to lean towards calling. And he does make the call. Now, what do you think about, let's say, a 3 of clubs on the river here? Well, pretty close.
close.
Deuce of clubs on the river.
It's gonna be a check bet call.
I think it's going to be a check bet call as well. And let's see RV Phil sizing. Or no, does it go check, check? Because it says RV Phil wins, so it does check, check.
Interesting check back on the river there. Probably missed out on a little bit of thin value. I thought it was because of the audio. I can't. No, I thought it was
Nothing.
because of the. I thought it was because of the delay. Switch.
You can keep commentating. I'm going to have to fix this audio.
Okay. All right. Looks like we're moving on to hand 3. $50 straddle is on. That'll probably be mandatory for the rest of the game. Most of these players like to keep the straddle on. I don't blame them. And Shorshi here. First act with 2 jacks with the straddle. Going to raise it to 150. RV Phil with the 4-3 offsuit. And OFC on the button. I'm probably going to see a 3-bet here, but he's going to at least call. He does call with King-Queen. AJ with the ace-jack makes a call. Cashman King 8 of spades. Assassin calling the extra 100. Queen 6 of hearts. We're down here in hand 4. 7-8 deuce, 2 clubs. Shorshi's still with the best hand. Pretty good flop for him. OC just with the backdoor and 2 overs. And AJ here with just ace-jack high. It's probably going to be a lot of folds here. Everybody's probably just going to get out of the way. Yeah, he's going to take it down with 2 jacks.
This crap. You're not quickly,
Table audio is back on now.
Yeah, that was actually live audio from that we will actually hear in 15 minutes. I can't get the delayed audio. I'm wondering why that's not working. So I wanted to see if everything else was working.
Right.
But for some reason,
Well,
physically everything is working right here.
okay.
It's just in the software.
Well, sorry everyone for the delay right now.
I
but
just teased you.
You'll just have to hear my voice for now. So let's move on here to the next hand and get right into the action, see what happens. All right. Looks like the 50's not on this hand. OFC here, behind the button. I expect a little something from him. The 10-6 of hearts does raise it to 60. And then Cashman here, ace-5 off can fold assassin. I like his hand a lot. Jack-10 off in the 3rd blind, which is the straddle. Calls the extra 35. Ace-7, 6. Probably going to be a check, maybe a bet from OC, but no. And it's a check back. Assassin picking up outs. He has a jack. He has an 8. He can't hit a 6 because OFC would make 2 pair. Check, check on the turn. Check, check river. And OC's going to pick up tiny pot with a 6.
Dwayne Hicks asking if that is an empty 3 seat. That is actually Brian Green's seat. He shows up in like hand 6 or hand 7. So yeah, no empty seat. DW, sorry.
I would assume the 50's on going to be most of the time in this game, especially if OC in there. He's an advocate to put the 50 on. I personally like the straddle on all games that I'm playing. Moneymaker under the gun here. Ace Queen of Spades going to raise it up 75. Zefish King Jack in the cutoff does make the call. Shorshi 3rd blind Ace Queen of Diamonds, and he just makes the call as well. We go 3 ways in the flop. Jack deuce deuce 2 spades. Moneymaker flopping a pretty big flop here. 2 overs, nut flush draw. But Zefish with top pair, good kicker with the king of clubs. And sure, she's going to get out of the way most likely here with the ace queen of diamonds. What do I know? He's going to peel one off for 100 1/4. Moneymaker, I could see a couple things here. He could put in a raise, or he could put in a call, and I think a raise is coming. And it does. 5 1/4. That's gonna make Shorshi fold. It's gonna put Zefish in an interesting spot. I see Zefish most likely calling the $400. He's not going anywhere with top pair. And then let's see what happens on the turn. It's a draw-heavy board. 7 hearts doesn't change anything. Moneymaker shouldn't be check raising with a hand like 7 deuce or 2 sevens after he raised it pre-flop. So Zefish getting checked to with the best hand. And I think he's going to bet. He feels that he has the best hand here, and he doesn't want spades to check raise him on the flop to draw for free on the turn. Moneymaker still with a big hand though. 2 overs. Can win with the ace, a queen, or a spade. Moneymaker's going to make the call of 1150. Let's see what happens on the river. King of spades would be a bad card for Zefish, but it's a brick. The 8 of diamonds. Moneymaker's going to check and give up. Zefish, if he thinks Moneymaker has spades here, he's not going to call him anyways, and he wants to see his hand. So he checks back. He's going to pick up a nice pot.
Yeah,
37-15.
An ace-queen suited there on that board has some showdown value with jack high, so there's some portion of the time, decent portion of the time ace-queen can win there. You could have like king-queen suited, king-10 suited, those types of hands.
Well, it's hard for him to have king-queen suited there because Moneymaker has ace-queen of spades.
Right.
So you got to take that out of the picture, and he could have more king-10s of spades, but the jack of spades is on the flop, so it's a lot less hands that he's drawing with king-high spades there.
Yeah.
But I don't think Moneymaker's going to check call the river. Not with ace-high.
Right. Table Audio's mic is on. Hope everybody's having a good evening here. Again, Friday night, 5-10-25, Match the Stack. This game's going to get big with this lineup.
It's going to be very big with this lineup for sure. AJ raising with the ace-9 offsuit in the cutoff.
It's actually a pretty standard open, late position. I'd do that in the tournament. I wouldn't be surprised somebody comes in for a raise here.
I like to call the ace-9 the Mike McDermott.
Yeah. Nice.
If you know that.
I don't.
You ever watch Rounders?
Yeah,
It's
sorry.
the hand he loses with.
Yeah.
Yeah, very famous hand. We call it the Mike McDermott. And the ace-jack from Shorshi.
Yeah, and he three-bet that. You can tell this is a very, very experienced player because ace-jack obviously at like these lower stakes, they'll call that. I like to use ace-jack as either a raise, 3-bet, or fold.
That happens a lot more in high stakes than it does low stakes. And he knows that with a hand like ace-jack, when somebody raises in the cutoff, that ace-jack's probably going to be the best hand a lot of times. So he's going to go ahead and take the betting lead and then lead out a lot of boards.
Yeah. A lot of these players have a lot of experience with each other, playing some of these private games here at Poker House. Some of the live streams here at Poker House down the road at TCH. So, again, fun action-packed lineup. You're going to see a lot of players matching the stack. So, the knit game is now on, ladies and gentlemen. So, a new software update today. You'll be able to tell who still has their button. Okay, so on the screen when the cards come up, you'll see a little yellow dot. Those players still have their button on them. Now, also a new rule twist that we implemented here, that let's say Gator and I are in a hand, and Gator wins the hand, and I'm sitting next to him. And let's say I have my knit button, or let's say I don't even have either I got rid of it or I actually still have my knit button, and I remind him, because part of the knit game is you have to reveal your cards after you win. Let's say he forgets to, and I say, hey, flip your cards over, don't forget. He flips it over. Well, I assume your knit button now. So now I could have, let's say I got rid of my knit button initially. Now I have a knit button again. Or let's say you don't have a knit button. Or let's say I have a knit button. Now I have 2 knit buttons to get rid of. So
you have to get rid of 2 of them. Makes the game, I think that's a good penalty for them. And so into the action here on the hijack, we have AJ that raised up 125 with ace-queen. Cashman with the suited ace-8 of diamonds in the cutoff, going to make the call. And RV Phil coming in with second best hand right now, 3-betting at 275.
It's pretty small 3-bet though.
It is. It's very much so an invitation.
Yeah.
So I don't know why he made it that small unless he wanted to just bloat the pot up and play just a little bit bigger of a pot. RV Phil might be saying, you know what, I got the best hand, so I'm going to raise it up a little bit and let's put more money in the pot.
840 in the pot going to the flop. Lots of aces out of an ace.
What did I just tell you? RV Phil's got the best hand.
Wow, this is nuts. And then AJ with the ace of spades, too, blocking nut flushes.
And everybody flops an ace here, so every ace is dead.
That's crazy.
And it's a check around. Let's see what happens on the turn. Spade would be an interesting card. It's the deuce of hearts.
All right, expect RV Phil to start building this pot up now on the turn. Let's see what size he's going to go with.
Not very big.
Super small to try to get 2 callers.
150.
And he's unblocking spades, so could be a good possibility that one of these players has spades in their hand.
And one player does happen to have one
raise.
spade in their hand, and he does raise. But RV Phil, little does AJ know, RV Phil's not going anywhere.
Yeah.
This is a great board for RV Phil. Cashman, I would assume, is probably going to get out of the hand here.
He's going to make the call.
He makes the call. I was going to say the turn would have been an interesting card if it was the 8 of spades. But let's see what RV Phil.
RV Phil's just going to rip it. Now, some of these players may think he's doing this to try to get rid of the nit button. Like, you know, the 7 deuce game, the nit button. I've seen players make some unconventional moves relative to how they normally play. So let's see what AJ's going to do. He's got ace queen offsuit. That's a really strong hand in this board.
I think AJ's going to find a fold.
Yeah.
And Cashman's going to definitely fold. I mean, it would.
Yeah, Mark. He was playing the 2-5 round of each, and I think he said he was up like 10K or something like that. So gross.
Tell you what, RV Phil needs to go buy some lottery tickets.
Yeah.
And he needs to play the World Series main event and let me buy a piece of it.
Right. I can't see a scenario where Cashman thinks, unless he's putting, because Cashman doesn't have spades himself. He could be putting
Phil on a flush draw.
On a flush draw.
But if he has a flush draw, he also could have the nut flush draw,
Yeah.
which would be hurting Cashman's hand tremendously.
Ace X of spades, Queen X of spades, King X of spades.
He could have a big ace with a, you know, in his mind, he could have a ace 10 of spades, which would crush ace 8 of diamonds. Or he could just have a straight barrel bluff here, and I think that's why he's tanking. But little does he know, if he makes this call, he is bamboozled. He does find the laydown. I kind of figured
All right.
he would.
All right, reveal. And here's the thing, like, since he has to reveal his cards, you know, with this, everybody's like, okay, that makes some sense. Yeah, if you didn't get a chance to watch Wednesday game, Mark has his game. It's the craziest 1-3-1K cap game ever.
Oh yeah, I have seen it.
Super straddles, the knit game, bomb pots, PLO. I think it's a reverse button PLO, double board bomb pot on dealer changes, unlimited straddles under the gun, and you know what is it? 1, 3, 6, 12, 24, 48. The 96 was on a bunch. Was the 192 on, Mark? I don't remember. I don't recall it being on when I was in the booth. I know I switched out with someone, so.
I did too. Oh, you did too? 200.
It looks like the 50 is on, so I assume the 50 is going to be on a lot of the time, at least 9 times out of 10. And so we're looking at Brian here.
Uh-oh.
First act, Jack 8 to 200, moneymaker.
800 coming.
Easily that or more.
Oh, he just rips it.
And he just rips it for 5K.
3 times the 192. Okay, yeah. So I was informed that they did the whatever, the 192. What is that? Single, double, 24. Wait, 6, 12, 24, 48, 96, 192. I don't know, like quadruple, quintuple. I don't even know what the 6 straddle's called. The sextuple straddle.
It's a lot.
Yeah, a lot.
It's a lot of straddle.
So if you think about it, if you're from a tournament poker perspective, have you played tournaments? I've had to ask this question before. I don't remember the answer.
Yes, I prefer to play cash games, but when I first started playing poker, I actually played more tournaments. Now, I didn't play tournaments that were Hendon mob tournaments because
Gotcha.
while I was 18 years old, 17, 18 years
Gotcha.
old, so I played a lot of, Poker Stars,
Gotcha.
things like that.
Yeah, so if you're $1,000 deep and the 192 is on, you're effective 5 big blinds.
Yes, effectively because of the straddle, yes, which makes the game really wild. Cashman here with the ace-king of spades, going to raise it up to $1.50. Assassin, 10-8 of hearts. It's a good hand to get to a flop with. And he says a 3-bet.
And here's the thing, from an EP, I would actually like to see just a call here because this hand has actually some decent post-flop equity. Our Cashman's going to be opened up with hands just like this, like pocket pairs.
Right.
Yeah, Zefish is going to make the
Most
call.
likely 4-bet's going to come.
Yeah. And if he goes for the 4-bet, he may just rip it.
But I like Assassin's 3-bet as well because if he knows that Cashman knows that he's raising with big hands, Cashman's got to think, man, this gentleman here might have a really big hand.
Yeah.
And Cashman
just rips
put
it.
it in.
It's going to put Assassin all in. Oh, it is all in. So I thought he just raised it like 3K.
No. When he put those yellow chips out there, I would assume that was he was probably saying all in when he did that. And I think when this nit game changes the dynamic here where they're more inclined to shove all in with a hand like ace-king. It's only a couple hands that has them crushed, and the rest of the hands are going to be around a coin flip.
Yeah.
So it's tough to call when you put 300 or 400 in there, and now you got to call off 4,000, 3,000 more.
I like the move, though.
Been seeing that move a lot in the nit game with the ace-king hands and some of the ace-jack hands.
Do me a favor, ladies and gentlemen. If you haven't liked, shared, and subscribed to our live stream, give us a thumbs up. Got some neat stuff coming up here over the next few weeks. Probably next month we're going to be, we've talked about this, going to be moving some days around. I need to confirm a couple things before I actually move those days.
Right.
So, don't want to reveal too much about that yet, but we're still going to have the same streams that we normally do, just for the record. We're not getting rid of any streams. Maybe,
Just mixing it up a little bit.
yeah, mixing it up. Streaming on Fridays and Saturdays is just tough as a growing live stream because it's just a saturated market.
Yep, and I think it's going to be better for the viewers.
Yeah, so maybe moving something to one of these games. Maybe we talked about moving PLO to Tuesday, even though TCH does a 25, 25, 50, but PLO is like a totally different viewership base.
Yes, it is. It is for sure. And here at the action, we have RV Phil on the dealer button with ace queen off, and Zefish in the big blind with the same hand, except he's suited.
Yeah.
Ace queen of clubs and OFC. The king eight's going to fold. And now this most likely would be a chop pot.
Depending on the run out.
Depending on the run out, and it's Jack, Jack 8. Let's see who gets aggressive on this one.
Look how both players check flop.
Check, check. Turns to 3 of spades.
I'd like to see Zefish start betting out now.
If Zefish leads here,
okay.
or RV leads here, do you think Zefish will continue if RV leads here?
Yeah.
I think he will, right?
Yeah. He could be doing this, unless he's worried that Zefish has 10s or something like that. But I think Zefish here wouldn't have checked both streets with a hand like 9s, 10s.
And he is going to continue.
Yep. I would see, based off this action, the river going check, check.
Let's see. If it goes check, RV Phil might put another barrel in and try to push off hands like ace queen high here.
Yeah.
Which would be a chop even with ace king because of the jack jack 3-3. But it does go check check. And Zefish, really nice gentleman. He came up to me today. He said, "Hey, thanks so much for commentating." And I really enjoyed that he came up and said that. He's super, super, super nice guy.
All right, for those viewers in the chat, going to give you guys about 1,500 points. Hope everybody's having a good Friday evening here. Got Eddie the Asian Sensation in the booth. Got Paul Gator Tassone in the booth as well.
Yeah, thank you for having me
Of
today.
course.
And 55 years in the chat. I see a couple regulars here. I see Rena here. I see Jim Boyd here, back home from West Virginia. Shout out to Jim.
Poker Monkey.
Poker Monkey. Frank's here.
Mark Wee, Joey Pigtails.
Mark Wee's here. Hi, Mark. Poker Monkey. Tiny's here.
DFS Brett, I got your message. Eric sent me your number. I'm going to text you. I have somebody in the booth with me tomorrow, but I would love to have you maybe like, excuse me, commentate possibly next week. Okay, so again, for those of you that are newer to the chat, there was a software update today in the GFX software. So you're probably asking yourself, hey, what's this yellow dot by the players' names? We are playing the nit game. The yellow button reflects those players that still have the nit button. And they're doing a $100 bounty. So the last player standing, oh, look at this.
And look at this flop here. And AJ flopping 3/8.
This is a really, really disconnected dry board. Look for a check call. Don't need to raise just yet. You want to keep his bluffs in.
And Shorsey going to bet 100. Continue to be aggressive like he was pre-flop. Turns 4 hearts.
Could go check here. Oh, Dwayne, since you're playing tomorrow, I've been asked whether or not your wife can bring her empanada truck. I totally forgot about that. I need to confirm that that's okay with management, but in the event she's available to bring it, those empanadas were like hella bomb last week. Somebody kept opening the door and like just handing us empanadas and chocolate covered strawberries. Then we actually had a player in the chat. I was half joking, half kidding that if they sent cookies, I would give them points. And a guy sent us cookies. Hayden and I cookies in the booth.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow, how nice.
I gave him like 500,000 points. Maybe it was like 250,000 points or something like that.
That's awesome here. And AJ here at the 9/8. And Shorsey.
I think Shorsey's going to give up here. Maybe let's see if he's going to.
He may not give up.
Let's see if he's got a triple barrel in him here.
I think he does. And it is coming. And he's going to get called. Bare minimum. I think if he bets really large here, it's going to get called no matter what.
Yeah, I don't see him folding this hand. Over bet.
I don't think AJ's going to raise, but I think he's going to call. Even though AJ doesn't have too much to raise, but I think he's going to definitely call 3/8. He didn't go this far to fold.
Danny Marks in the chat.
Danny Marks, what's up, Danny?
Danny Marks currently playing the 2-5 round of each. Oh, and he does rip it. And
He does rip it.
Yeah, Shorsey's definitely not calling this hand. Danny Marks. So this is what Danny Marks is playing. All right, let me pull up these cumulative winnings really quickly. All right. Here you go, Marks. Got Zefish, RV Phil up early. It's still early. We're only 12 hands in. And again, for those of you wondering, the yellow dot, are those players still with the nit button? All right, so those players have to get it. It's the $100 bounty we're playing. I don't know if the 7 deuce game is on. I can check real quick. So
I don't think the 7 deuce game is on. I know that the nit game is on. And for the viewers out there that don't know the nit game, if we could explain that a little bit for some of those people out there that may not be familiar with it.
Yeah, you go ahead and explain it.
Okay. So the nit game it's like the stand-up game, so everybody in Texas is pretty much familiar with that. But so they changed it to the nit game with the buttons. It makes it easier instead of standing up. And when they win the hand, then they're safe. But the last guy with the button has to pay the table a penalty. And I think in this game specifically,
It's a $100 penalty.
It's a $100 penalty, which would be a loss of $800. So nobody wants to lose a hand right now.
Dwayne, we're very sad to hear that you're not bringing the empanada truck tomorrow. So that means I have to make other arrangements to eat. AJ here with ace-king suited in the big blind. He's going to come in for the 3-bet.
Oh, yeah. And that looks to be about, what, 500?
Yeah.
$500.
Could have gone a little bigger, especially being out of position.
RV Phil. He's sent off. He's not going anywhere.
I think Zefish is just going to have to fold in this scenario. Ace-4 offsuit is not a hand you generally want to... Oh, he's got the nit button. He's got the nit button.
He does. Zefish going to try to win this pot, just like I was talking about earlier. Nobody wants to lose pots right now. They want to win them. They get rid of that button, not pay that penalty. It's going to be a tough one now with AJ with the ace king of hearts. Big flop.
Now, this is actually a pretty decent board for Zefish relative. It's not really good for AJ's, you know, 3-betting range. You know, he either has overpairs A or a hand just like he has RV Phil, you know, bet called from the hijack. 7 deuce game is not on. I just confirmed.
Zefish here, just with ace high.
Oh, yeah. AJ here flopping the nut flush draw.
And Zefish, he's mixing it up here, does make the call. And if a brick card comes on the turn, say no heart, no king, no ace, do you think that Zefish might go for it? Or if the heart does come in, do you think Zefish will pretend that he had hearts?
God, this 8 and 9 is so much better for Zefish.
And wow, the ace king and AJ with the ace king hearts just shoves.
Yeah, fold. Nice little hand by AJ here. You talked about this in the past, talked about this at the beginning of the stream. With the nit game being on, you know, you're going to be a little wider, you're going to be a little more aggressive, you're going to be calling a little lighter. The nit bounty is $100 a person, Danny.
And I see Hayden in the chat. Hi, Hayden. Yep, going to be a $100 bounty each today for a sum of $800.
I think they're going to play it 4 times.
That's what's been trending lately, is they play it all 4 downs.
Got 9 tables going here in the room this Friday evening. Pretty good considering, yeah, it's Friday, but also it's good because like there's other tournaments in the area, so pretty busy night. Again, it's still pretty early in the evening, 6:30 p.m. OFC here. Just gonna call on the hijack.
The ace king off, mixing it up. Brian did raise it on the button with the queen 10 of diamonds.
And I like the hand to raise. Suited Broadway
with the queen 5 of hearts.
All right, here comes OFC with the lip. He just rips it.
There we go. OFC, I like the play. He's got the nit button. He says, maybe somebody's going to get aggressive and I can shove with the ace king here. And that's exactly what happened.
He said he doesn't like the nit game. It's crazy.
That's why I said it's my time to do it, I guess.
And OFC
goes in with a lit back.
Taking down a nice little pot.
I know Danny a couple times had the nit button last time. He was just like ripped it with ace king offsuit, just ripped it. I think it was like a. Let's say the 25 is on, the raise is 75, whatever, and he just like rips it for like 7K with ace king.
Queen jack suited.
You as a guy who was screaming the loudest when I did.
Yeah, nice little lineup tonight. It's been pretty tame so far. Got an OFC in the 1-seat, Zefish in the 2-seat, Brian Green in the 3-seat, AJ in the 4-seat, Cashman in the 5-seat. Assassin in the 6-seat, Shorshi in the 7-seat, Moneymaker in the 8-seat, RV Phil in the 9-seat. Doug R, this is a sick lineup. Come back next Friday. Lineup's going to be just as sick or even sicker.
So
I don't know if that's grammatically correct or not, but whatever.
Zefish did raise it up to 250 with the ace jack off. RV Phil, I'm sure he's going to not limp fold. Oh no, Shorshi with the red blade, 2 aces.
If I did all that and didn't show my ace king, that would have been.
He's going to make it a little...
Big 3-bet here.
Yeah, it's a big 3-bet, but after an open and just a flat from Brian Green in the cutoff.
That's right. It was against, yes. I was there. I was commentating. I remember. Did you? Oh my God. No, it wasn't obvious.
Zefish just shoved.
Oh my gosh, he thinks ace. He must think, or Shorshi is trying to squeeze with aces.
That is big trouble for Zefish.
Again.
Unfortunately.
They run into once. Zefish in a heap world of trouble.
He can get spade.
Yeah, he's drawing dead. Zefish here. Nice little double up. Shorshi now up to 13-5. Look for some of these players. I don't know if some of these players will top off. They may or may not top off. But Zefish is definitely going to be adding on. Let's see what he's going to add on to. So what's your strategy of like match the stack? Do you just like auto match the stack or not? It's
Okay.
Like, my strategy is like based off table configuration, and who's like the biggest stack.
It depends who's on my left.
Right.
If it's a super tough player on my left,
I don't match.
I don't prefer to match it.
Right.
If it's someone who's going to give me a really hard time to my left, I usually don't match it. You're always destined to lose money to the guy to your left, no matter who he is.
Right.
That's just the way the game goes. Me personally, I prefer to match the stack. There's very little times where I won't.
Right.
And maybe if the game is full of, really super tough game that I don't feel that maybe there's a point to match the stack. But if the game is super crazy, then I would just match the stack.
Yep.
So it also depends on how much money that you're comfortable playing with.
Right.
So if one is not comfortable with playing with 1,000 big blinds, then I don't suggest doing that.
Yeah.
So it's to me personally, I prefer to match the stack forever.
Yeah.
I think with the other opinions out there, one may not want to match if there's tougher players to their left. One may not want to match depending on how deep they want to play and how comfortable they are.
Yeah, so I was playing 2-5 match stack at like TCH. I was comfortable. Also, it was bankroll management as well.
Right.
I was comfortable like going up to like 5K, but there was a time that I got up to 8K and I got a little uncomfortable and I was like, So, no, I agree with your thought logic in that. Again, based off table configuration and based off how good the players are, not the good the players are. If it's a bunch of like pros, I may not be matching the stack, right? But if it's a bunch of guys that are like action, I'd be more inclined to match the stack or at least get close to the stack, unless some guy like. Before you started playing the streams, you gotta remember if you had started playing the streams. Maybe it was right at the beginning. There was a Friday night. Usually I have, players on deck for alternates, or at least somebody 15 minutes away. Right. And RV Field just steamrolled. He only put money on the table to add on to early on, but I think he was in for the original 5, top off to get to 14, and end up cashing out at 40 something K plus.
I remember I watched that stream.
Okay, maybe you.
It was a Friday night stream.
It was a Friday night stream.
Yep. I didn't commentate it.
Yeah.
It's before I was commentating, but it was during when I was playing Saturdays. And Moneymaker going to call the ace queen of diamonds after Assassin 3-bet 600. He does flop the best hand with a 5 and the backdoor nut heart draw.
I wonder if he's gonna barrel. And I don't see Moneymaker. If there was maybe one diamond on the board, maybe.
I don't appreciate the targeting. I don't appreciate the targeting.
Oh, he just
shot. Wow.
He had a low SPR too.
He did. It was a pretty big pot pre-flop already. So there was a pretty decent amount in the middle already. And I like the shove from him.
Garen, he took everybody to the clears. Carlos was one of them. So going back to, I usually have an alternate on deck, right?
Right.
Goodness gracious, we ended that stream ended 6-handed. I usually don't try to end a stream with less than 8, 7 if it's in the last half hour, 45 minutes, or whatever. I just don't like the optics of being shorthanded, but
Right.
I put like an SOS out for the players and no one was available. So
Right.
that's also kind of why I advocated for like these post-stream lineups, post-stream playing post-stream. So
Right, of course.
all right, AJ here gonna 3-bet ace 8 offsuit.
Zefish did raise it up with 9-10 off.
And so here's the thing, right? AJ has already gotten rid of his knit button, right?
Right.
He's shown that he's a super action player, right? But with that being said, you know, if he had his knit button, he may be more inclined to be. Oh wow!
And Zefish just says,
I don't
know
believe
what?
you.
I'm not going to get pushed around. I don't believe this at all. And he does take it down, forcing the best hand out.
It's like, let's go. All right, so this who's the last person? I don't know who has their knit button still. So does AJ have his knit button? Yeah, AJ. Oh, Brian Green still has his knit button.
So we got AJ and Brian left with the knit buttons, right?
No, AJ got rid of his knit button.
AJ got rid of. Because somebody else must have it. But who is it?
I can't see on the.
I can't either.
Oh, Brian.
Oh, Brian has to pay?
Yeah, he actually walked away. That's why I saw.
Okay, that makes sense.
Brian walked away makes it a little easier for you. If it was me, I would just sit there and look at your chips.
Got Incognito here saying good evening, Poker House Live fans. Again, thanks for joining in. Friday night deep stack 5, 10, 25, Match the Stack. Let's look at these stack sizes right now in between hands. It's going to be too late by the time I pull it up.
Get it up next hand. Looks like, is this the dealer change in the flip?
No, they change on the hour, so.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So I was looking at, yeah.
I was reading the wrong screen.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. So it looks like Brian here raises 200 with 2 4s. And AJ, 6-5 of spades, does make the call.
I like those little small suited connectors. Sometimes I like position open, like let's say raising the cutoff, and I'm in the blinds with like 6-7 suited or 7-8 suited. Sometimes I use those hands as like a 3-bet bluff.
Right. And then RV Phil in there at the 10-7 of clubs.
Yeah, 7-8 would be a really good flop.
Okay. So AJ here
open-ended.
with the open-ended to the low end of it.
RV Phil turning trip 7.
Boy, what a 4 would be an interesting card on the river here. It'd make AJ,
Oh, right.
AJ a straight, Brian a full house. And RV Phil turning trips here. Really interesting card.
I agree, Caleb. I need more likes. Viewers, do me a favor. Like, go ahead and like it.
And Brian going to call. Oh, my gosh. Look at this. So AJ does make his straight. And Zefish folded Queen 10, which he would have made a bigger straight.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And RV Phil making a straight on top of his trips.
Yeah.
So, and Brian,
He's
gonna try to steal this one. I don't think it's gonna work.
Zefish is like, really?
Zefish really thinking he might have had the best hand here.
AJ's thinking of actually going in for the raise or just calling.
AJ here at the low end can't always assume he's good here, but he's in a weird spot because Brian leads out, and then he's got RV Phil behind him.
He's gonna call.
And he's going to get the bad news from RV Phil.
RV Phil. What's going on? Still running hot between Poker House live stream and TCH live stream, and also the Poker House 2-5 round of each game. Let's take a look at these stack sizes already. 13K for Shorsey. AJ, Shorsey won that big pot against that bluff pre-flop against Zefish. Zefish immediately added on the 10K. 13-5, 11-3 for Zefish. Small stacks, Moneymaker, and Assassin at 4,800 and 4,200 respectively.
It's really bad EPR. Like I talked to Tom about it, and Tom said, yeah, the rule. I didn't like explain exactly what happened, but I was like, just ask them the question. If someone shows their cards but doesn't table them, and he's like, it doesn't matter. As long as if the cards aren't tabled, if the cards aren't on their back on the table, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
About 70K at the table already.
Looks like the $50 straddle is on this hand.
And it's going to be on often this evening.
Yeah, I assume it's going to be on around 90% of the time. And Zefish here in the straddle with the ace-7 of clubs. And Assassin here with the ace-8 of hearts.
Thank you, Justin Campos with the like. I need the rest of you guys to like this stream.
Going to call the 300, and OFC going to call the 250 extra as well. And we're going to get to a flop. 955 in the skillet. Jack 9 deuce. 21. Dealer wins. Dealer's got 21. And then OFC's going to check. Zefish going to lead out here for 400. And he does have backdoor equity, along with Assassin with the backdoor equity as well. But Zefish leading out here should just take it down. And he does.
I don't know what the rules are. How do you know what the rules are? I asked Tom. Do you read them?
Ask real quick so there won't be any like confusion if it does. But you guys run the 7 deuce game or no 7 deuce game?
No 7 deuce.
You just have to show your cards, but you have to take those 7 deuce. There will be a different
I'll
when you're what is the game? Like show your cards or is it like it should be on the table?
There wasn't, yeah, it showed up. What happened is, Harry was playing, the guy was playing, doesn't matter. He had his cards in his hand. He thought he lost. He showed the cards to the table, like in his hand. He turned them over in his hand. Acted like, oh, look at this shit. Turned them back over and put them on the table. And then afterwards we realized it was chopped off. And three players and the camera saw.
RV Phil on the button with the ace-9. Raise 100 and a quarter. OC going to protect the small blind with the 7-8 of clubs. I like it. Zefish here at the 7 deuce of diamonds. Is going to get spicy. He is. I like it. He doesn't need the 7 deuce game on to make it 450.
I love the way Zefish plays.
Oh man, it's
very
great.
aggressive. Puts you in tough spots.
It is definitely great. He said, "All right, let's see what you got. What you're made of here, RV Phil." RV says, "I'm not going anywhere."
Ace-9 offsuit.
And OFC's priced in. He's not going to fold.
Yeah, he got suited connectors. If he hits this board, it's going to be very disguised hand. And he does
Look
hit
at
the
this.
face.
I like this flop a lot for OFC, but I also like this flop for Zefish. Zefish can now represent ace-king hands, king-queen hands, a lot of hands. So RV Phil probably going to peel one off with second pair.
At least one time.
At least one time. And OFC calling, in my opinion, especially if RV Phil calls.
Well, he is open-ended and backdoor clubs. So.
Yeah, and he is open-ended to the nuts, which is always good to be open-ended to. RV
60
Phil
viewers now in the chat.
does
Thanks,
make the
Captain
call.
Under Pairs.
OFC going to make the call, I assume. It might be a raise, but I think minimum it's going to be a call.
Yeah. You don't want to be raising quite yet out of position to 2 players.
Let's see what happens here.
He's definitely calling.
And let's see. Let's go to the turn.
3K pot already. This is 5-10 quarter.
3 of spades, and Zefish could still barrel here. I mean, if he was going to barrel once, he could put that second bullet in here around 3K, and it's coming. It's definitely coming.
Guy's got heart, man.
He does 1,800. RV Phil going to give it up, but OFC says, "Nice hand, sir." And Zefish with the 7 deuce. He doesn't need the 7 deuce game in order to take down the pot. A lot of heart from Zefish. Well played.
Eric joking so that if you play 7 deuce, if you play 7 deuce and you're not playing, you owe everybody a bounty yourself. Zefish again, he's a very, very tricky player, right? He can be super, super nutted, or he's like super, super, super air.
Well, Zefish can demonstrate how he doesn't need cards to play.
Yeah.
And that's what I really like.
In cash, you can be slightly more patient. You know, in tournaments, you got to pick some spots and try to get your chips in. So everybody's super deep. Again, the 50's on a majority of the time. So, you know, big blind stack depth is quote unquote cut in half before the flop.
Yep. And Assassin here under the gun with the 2 jacks. And look at this. Look at this. Zefish just shows a bluff and then picks up a big hand in the small blind with ace king off. And he's going to put in the 3-bet to 450. Brian Green here with the 7-5 of clubs going to make the call. AJ, I assume, is going to fold. Cashman's going to fold. But let's see what Assassin does with
I think he's going to rip it. He's going to rip it.
With only $37.50.
Yeah, he doesn't have
$50 straddle on, right?
Yeah,
Less than 100 bigs.
Yeah, if he calls, it's going to leave. If he calls, it's going to leave SPR. So. Oh, he's 3-bet to 450. So let's see what he's going to do here. Okay, no, he doesn't have to rip it here. Yeah, okay, he's ripping it.
He could. He has less than 100 blinds. And there's already
snap call
800-900 in there.
Oh no, I thought he snapped. I thought Zefish snap called for a split second because the stack of blacks was like right there.
And then Zefish here at the ace king.
Steve scaling in the group saying, "Great group. This is a sick lineup, guys. Next Friday's lineup is gonna be so good, so good."
And I don't think Zefish is going to get rid of ace king here a lot of the time.
And maybe you like no. So Danny's going to be. I'm going to have to find a commentator for you next week. Because I have to run the tournament. The new tournament director comes in next week, so maybe he can.
And Zefish does make the call. Like he shoves all in. So he does just over shove on top. And we got a classic hand matchup here. Zefish only winning 43% of the time.
Standard like coin flip, kind of coin flip situation. Oh.
And he does get the good flop for his hand.
Need a jack on the river.
Jack on the river, no.
Zefish now up to 17K.
Zefish winning a big one. And I don't blame either player for their hands. Sometimes you're the bug, sometimes you're the windshield.
Now we're playing 7 deuce for 100? Yes. No, I'm not playing.
So the 7 deuce game is going to be on a $100 bounty. Something in the background sounds like a nice little. All right, now these players, these stacks are about to get big, guys. These stacks are about to get big. Oh my goodness. Again, for those of you in the chat pro meetup game Sunday, April 16th.
Is that chat pro game? Is that every other Sunday, once a month?
It's generally the first Sunday of the month, but because of Easter last week, they push it back to this week.
Oh, so, okay, very interesting.
Again, it starts at noon. It's usually like 3-4 hours.
All right, 60 viewers in the chat. Thanks for coming in today. Hit that like and subscribe button. In here, I'm commentating with Eddie, Asian Sensation, and I am Paul Tassoni, a.k.a. Gator.
As a game, or just give something away or no? All right, so right now, oh no, oh gosh, I'm gonna run this math. You commentate.
All right, here we go. So Brian here at the ace queen, the small blind, raised to 100. AJ calls the king 9. Cashman's in there at the 7-6. Flop, the Brunson flop. 10 deuce deuce, 2 clubs. Looks like it's check around. Turn comes a 9. AJ here with the best hand with king 9. Let's see if what Brian checks, and AJ's probably going to lead out at this point. And he does for $150. And the river's the 5 of clubs. Brian did make the call on the turn. Goes check. AJ checks. And AJ's going to win it here at King 9.
9, 2 pair, dimes and deuces, king kicker. All right, currently at the table is $88,700. What hand? And we just finished hand 22. So how many hands do you think it's going to take? How many times is it going to take to get to 100K? Like 2 more hands. 2 more hands. 2 more hands. 3 more hands.
Can I guess 3 more hands?
Do you guys want to do flips or just go straight to the game?
Looks like we're getting a dealer change to do the flips.
Okay, I was informed that the meetup game is usually the second Sunday in the month. I totally messed up. So second Sunday month generally, but because of Easter, it's gonna be the third Sunday.
Oh, okay.
Yes, it's on the flip. Yes. But your hand should be deuce, 7, 7. And I'll personally pay you my 100.
What did OFC say? I love OFC because he likes to play like all these games and stuff. So
OFC, great for the room, great for the game, great person to be around, a lot of fun.
It's worse than the BMW you have.
now a lot of times I think they're gonna play the knit game once per dealer change. I'm not 100% positive.
And that would reset on the dealer, right?
Yeah, not necessarily like right away. Again, this is a 4-card flip at the dealer change. Got Minnesota Scott in the box now, subbing in for Terrell.
I would prefer the knit game to be on immediately on the dealer change. That way everybody has a fair shot of winning a hand. Because if somebody wins, 5 hands in and then, a couple guys won hands, I don't think that I prefer it that way.
Assassin here, rivering 6.
He's going to scoop it.
Set of 6s.
It's 3 6s on the flip for plus 800.
No one with Jack 10. No one with better set. Oh, I would love Cuz to play the stream. D-Dub, if you can make it happen. I don't know what I would give you, but that you probably don't have access or can't by yourself, but I'll shave my head on camera. Well, actually, let me retract that. I'll do some, I don't know. But I'll do something cool. Again, for those of you in the chat, got Dwayne Hicks going to be playing tomorrow. Last week, his wife brought her empanada truck. What's the name of your wife's empanada truck? We'd love to pimp that out. 62 viewers in the chat. If you haven't yet liked and subscribed, go ahead and do that. Lego, you're right. He'd never shut up. But you know what? It's good for a stream sometimes. Like especially like a player like. I don't even think he plays cash, D-Dub.
And Brian here going to race up on the button with King Jack offsuit. Shorty 9-6 off. Most likely going to fold.
See if the German one's going to make a move. No, he's going to fold there. Brian Green going to pick up that pot. Damn, Dwayne, I'm sad your wife's not bringing her empanada truck. We were talking about that this morning, I think, Hayden, Kim, and I. Empanadas Encanto. Why can't she come tomorrow? I'm like sad about that. I'm like super sad about that. Is it going to be Hayden or I think it's going to be Hayden or Kim in the booth, maybe. But it's like, ooh, maybe is the empanada truck going to come out? I don't know. Again, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for tuning in to Poker House Dallas, Poker House Live.
And Zefish here picking up 2 aces. Wow. Zefish picking up some hands. I'm going to raise it to 250 here in the hijack. Doesn't seem like anybody has a hand to play with him. RV Phil. Queen Deuce of Hearts.
Going to defend the straddle. That's what I love about Texas poker. Like, a lot of these players are going to be defending their straddles wide.
And look at this. The RV Phil with the Queen Deuce of Hearts. The Israeli Ron is what they call a hand out in California. And he just flops the stones with it, basically, here. The virtual nuts. And Zefish not with a heart. He gets raised.
No, it's Kim or Hayden. We talked about it this morning. I just don't remember which one it's going to be tomorrow. But it's nice to know that I got Tiny and DFS. Tiny, I may have
Look
DFS.
at this turn card.
Yeah, if
Three
Kim
of
or Hayden's
spades.
not available, I may have DFS and Brad jump in the booth just because he hasn't jumped in the booth before. So
This does improve Zefish's hand with the aces as he's making 2 pair now.
Zefish may think he's got like top pair.
And Zefish doesn't have the ace of hearts, so RV Phil, it's possible for him to have the ace of hearts. It's going to make it harder on Zefish's hand here to want to give up, except for that river. That's going to be the action killer for sure. Unless Zefish says, hey, you know what? I can push you off your hand. I got 2 aces here.
That's going to be tough for RV Phil to fold here. Unless he's worried of like 10s full push. I don't know. Like aces, like ace king, ace queen with the ace. Well, he does have he's got a queen in his hand. Like ace X.
Oh my gosh, Zefish is going to rep it. He does rep it. And I was thinking he might do that because he has 2 aces in his hand. So it's harder for RV Phil to have an ace.
Yeah.
And he knows this. And he's taking this board texture to his advantage. Probably thinks RV Phil may have a flush here. But he says, hey, you know what? I got 2 aces in my hand. One of them's red. I can move you off of this spot.
And I just don't see RV Phil folding here.
RV Phil in a tough spot. He only hands that's beating him is the king high flush and the ace high flush.
Very
now, obviously the 6-7 of hearts and the steel wheel, but still.
Yeah, it's a really polarizing bet size.
RV Phil, when he checks the river, Zefish says, you know what? I don't think you have the nut flush. I can bet really big here and try to get you off your hand. RV Phil does make that call. Zefish a lot of heart.
Nice. I think if he has like jack high hearts, I think he finds a fold there. But kind of as played, again, that's not an easy fold. It's not an easy call.
Okay, so YouTube Life. So, yeah, since he has 2 aces in his hand, by distribution of the cards, you could think of it that it's harder for him to have an ace because he has 2 aces in his hand. So the odds of him getting an ace is going to be less likely. So he could put that into his mind. It's going to be hard for him to have the ace of hearts. I got 2 aces in my hand. And he could make that shove there and think that RV Phil doesn't have the ace of hearts, especially with the check on the river.
Already hand 26. Brian Green picking up aces this hand. Gosh, this is gonna go multi-way. you can't feel good about aces even when you're in position.
And I love the percentage how the aces here are 53%. Now it changes to 85 after the flop.
And this is a board that can hit a lot of these. You know, some of these guys can have 2Xs in their hand. See if he's gonna bet here to try to thin the field. Yeah.
He does.
Big bet.
YouTube Life, if you haven't liked and subscribed, go ahead, please.
Fold. Yeah. Maybe trying to target like middling pairs. You know, like 7s, 8s.
Right.
Yeah.
That's a great board. Great.
I mean, actually,
So look, and we talk about again, like when you have ace king, it's harder for someone to have aces because you're blocking it. So it's the same logic applies there on the river.
I like to play there by Zefish there as well.
Absolutely. So getting back to the action, we have moneymaker here at the ace jack in the big blind. Raise 150 OFC, the ace 10 off.
And moneymaker at OFC, they have some history against each other.
And here we are, OFC flopping a little bit of a backdoor hand.
Yeah, but OFC also, this is a really good board for him. This is not a really good board for moneymaker. I would think that moneymaker may peel one here. Yeah, it's going to peel one.
Does peel it with the best of it. He turns a queen of diamonds.
I think it's going to go check, check. I don't know. Yeah, it's going to go check, check.
River Street clubs. Moneymaker at the best hand, but OFC, again, with that blocker in his hand,
I think he's
can make a bet here.
350.
And here it comes. And this, it's going to be, you know, it's impossible for Moneymaker to have the nut flush here since OFC's blocking it.
Yeah. Got to size up a little bit. Yeah, nice. I mean, he made it smaller to make it seem very value-y. It's one of those like merged bets where it's like value-y / blocky.
Moneymaker only has ace high too, so it's going to be an easy fold. And OFC doesn't know that. Well, I tell you what, YouTube life, I'm a regular in high stakes games. You want to come down and play? There's your seat open.
All right, let's see what we got here. Let's add up these total chip stacks. Again, remember, guys, this is a 5-10 quarter.
And Assassin here in the cutoff. Looks like he's going to raise it up here. And is it 100 or a call? Is it 100 to call because the straddle's on to 100?
Yeah, so the double shadow must be on.
Must be on. And Moneymaker, look at this in the small blind.
What is it, like 4 hands in a row?
The best of it with just aces.
Oh, he rips it.
Wow.
Are they playing the net game?
I'm not 100% sure. I don't think so.
Oh,
I don't
Brian.
see the buttons. And Brian just waking up with ace king.
I'm not going to lie. I didn't see the action.
Well, I think it was double straddle to $100 straddle. So that would make the blinds essentially Moneymaker here with 41 blinds.
Gotcha. I didn't see, like I said, I didn't see the action pre-flop.
And Brian, unfortunately, will go with ace king there. I think Moneymaker only had about 4,100 to start the hand.
He's got more than 4,100 now.
Maybe close, yeah.
Now he's got more than 4,100. And look for Brian Green to kind of match the stack. I think now he's down to, I say he's down. He's down to 11-4. Let me see, I'm adding up the total. Let's take a look at this cumulative wins right now really quickly.
RV Phil.
Chicka, chicka.
Shocker there.
Steamrolling again.
I think we're going to change RV Phil's name to Steamroller Phil.
Sure, she up about 4,400 again with that hand early with aces versus ace jack when the knit game was going on. Moneymaker now up a little bit, 1,800. AJ up in the 4 seat. Cashman OFC, small loser so far, but again, ton of poker left into tonight's stream. About an hour and 15 minutes into the stream, give or take, hour and a half. Zefish down about 4,200. Assassin down about 5K. Brian Green down 6,600. So again, with the way the action has been so far, and with the knit game on, the 7 deuce game on, you're going to see some of these names swap around throughout the evening.
And 5-10,000 in this game is not very much.
Yeah. So 5-10,000 in a normal 5-10-25 is a lot.
Is a lot, but in this game,
in this game specifically with
this lineup,
and these stack sizes,
it's not a lot. So we got Assassin here at the King, Queen of Hearts. Good hand here, raising the hijack to 150. Looks like RV Phil with the old 9-6 of diamonds. Mixing it up, putting the call in for 150. Brian, 5-4 hearts. I like his hand as well. And he's just going to put in the 3-bet. He says, you know what? I got a good hand. Let's 3-bet it up here at 5-4 hearts. I like it.
And if he smashes this board, it's going to be super disguised.
But it could be bad if he makes hearts here because Assassin with the king, queen of hearts.
Yeah.
And then RV Phil says, I'm not going anywhere. And then 6 diamonds. King 3-5. Assassin flopping the best of it here. And
Yeah,
Brian with the second pair.
He's definitely going to be betting because he's going to have a lot of the ace, kings, king, queen suits. Obviously, with Assassin having king, queen suited. Just going to make the call. Refill is going to get out of the way here. It's going to go heads up to this turn. Look at deuce. Oh yeah.
My God. There, look at deuce of diamonds.
So give me a deuce.
Give me a deuce. Bang. There it is.
6 or something like that.
And that does pick up outs for Brian. Now Brian
I think
definitely
he's going to barrel his equity here.
Oh, yeah.
You know, Assassin
Here it
obviously.
is.
Big
Brian,
bet.
big bet, man. Man, he is putting him to the test here. 3,800.
He just rips it. I
And
think
Assassin just
he's gonna
says,
make
I
the
got
call.
the best hand. And Brian obviously can't fold after betting such a big amount. And the river's at 10 of diamonds. And Assassin picking up a big pot here.
All right, Assassin.
18,115 in the skillet. Nice hand, Assassin.
Brian Green is adding on. Brian Green with the add-on. And I'll tell you what, this lineup came with multiple bullets. I did have a player ask about, playing the stream, and it's not that I didn't. It's not that I didn't think he was a good enough player or didn't have the money. I was like, this game gets big. This game gets really, really big. Like, I think last week within the first hour, there was like 121, 122K at the table at a 5-10 quarter game.
Right.
Again, this game is playing closer to 25-50.
Yep. Yeah, this I would say this game is pretty much a 25-50 because the 50 is on most of the time.
Yeah, a good majority of the time.
It's safe to say that this is a 25-50 game majority of the time, and the Saturday game is a 10-1/4 game majority of the time. I mean, here in Texas, the stakes that are advertised, it always plays bigger than advertised.
Yeah.
So you have to think about that as well.
Yeah, a lot of these. I've talked to some players before. When we started really picking up the stream game here, we did this version of like Houston. We call it H-Town PLO. It's kind of how they did PLO down in Houston. 1-3-6 instead of like the 3x open, it's a 5x open pre-flop, and post flop it's normal like 3x plus a trail, whatever, blah blah blah. But people are like 1-3-6, I'll play it. I was like, I'll bring 1,500. I'm like, first of all, don't even factor in the blinds with PLO in Texas, right? 1-3-6 PLO in Texas, it's it's probably the equivalent of a 5-5-10 or 5-10 or 10-10 like
right.
PLO. I mean, I've seen stacks down in Houston where they're playing 1-3-6 or 1-2-5, where like there's players have 5K, 10K plus at the table. So,
and back to the action here. It looks like we went 4 ways. RV Phil, I think he raised it up and then went call, call, call. And RV Phil at the 9-10 flops a gutter.
all right. AJ here with the best.
The 4.
Yeah.
Yeah, best hand.
The best hand with the bottom pair. No one with clubs. There are some straight draws out there, though. All right, go ahead and like, share, and subscribe.
RV Phil betting 275, and AJ actually with the best hand is going to make the call here. RV Phil going to whiff it, and is AJ going to check? And RV Phil, is he going to put in a bet, or is he going to check back? Looks like he's going to put a bet in. I don't blame him. It's bet 700. It's going to be hard to call if this 4. Let's see if AJ might find a call here.
It works great for him. He doubles up 8 stacks every time. Throwing stacks even twice with that. The same guy. Yeah. Oh shit. All I know is that But I've never seen him do it before. It's always looks so suspicious, but I've never seen him. If he does it,
And AJ does find a call. And he's going to pick up the pot of 25-55 in the middle. Good call by AJ here.
This table is good, man. This table is too good.
He took your soul, man.
he's good.
Holy shit, man. I won't say that.
Can I check out? No.
Can I be done here?
Horrible bluffer.
Actually, like it.
My left eyebrow was twitching so fast.
No, I need just to put a blind in. It's been straddled.
Assassin here. Oh, wasn't at his seat with 2 seconds.
Chris raises for 150.
Moneymaker with the 2-9. It's going to raise 150.
Where's the Australian guy?
And look at this. OFC. The ace king. Going to re-raise it to 450.
450.
Moneymaker. Only 300 more to call. And I assume he's just going to make the call here. And he does. And good flop for OFC. Ace 10 deuce. Rainbow board. Check. Moneymaker getting a free one on the turn here, but doesn't pick up a 9. Moneymaker going to check it back over to OFC again. OFC, is he going to finally barrel his hand here with the top? And he does, and Moneymaker does find the fold. And Shorshi, 2 queens, plus 1, going to raise to 75. AJ with the 8-5 of hearts. Chris Cashman here in the third blind with ace tray of diamonds. He's going to complete as well. Extra 50. 10-5-4. 1 dime, 1 club, 1 spade. Cashman here. Got shot. Backdoor dime. Shorshi with the best hand. Couple ladies. Cashman gonna check raise to 350. Shorshi does make the call. It turns a 6. Picks up Cashman. A little bit more equity here. Turn an open ender. 7, a deuce, or an ace is gonna make his hand. But I think some of these could be action killers for Shorshi. It'd be a lot harder for Cashman to get paid off by 2 queens. If any of those cards do peel off. If Shorshi does continue here.
Very disguised hand for Cashman here.
Boom. Boom, 3. Punish him on his way home, you know what I mean? Make him think about it for the next 6 months before he gets first.
Very action-packed lineup, and like I really like the seat distribution. You got OFC Zefish. Gosh, that side of the table is like super action with OFC Zefish, Zefish Brian Green, and what's it called? On the other side, you got like your more I don't know. It's a really the lineup is like probably the two like seat distribution between the two Germans, Shorshi and Moneymaker. So
And
line versus +2. All right, you're gonna get a lip.
Assassin King 4 clubs and
A
Phil
lip,
here.
yeah.
Queen Jack off. Look at this flop. It's going to be an action flop here. Assassin with the King High flush draw. And RV Phil with top pair. Does go check, check. And, oh my goodness. And Assassin turning the King High flush. RV Phil picking up an open ender with his hand, but he doesn't know that he's drawing dead.
Trying not to influence the action.
75 and now raise 350.
Definitely
RV
never.
Phil.
He's targeting me like maybe like 2-pair or something like this hand. Oh, look at this. RV Phil river trip jacks.
Wow. That's a bad
Go for
river
a big
for
bet
RV
here.
Phil. And then Assassin just going to lead
650?
right out. And it does bet call. 650.
Yeah, and I can't see RV Phil folding in that spot. I mean, the board does pair. You know, it could have full house, but that's a tough hand to fold there. I mean, although he was check raise, definitely Assassin has some flushes in his range, some sets, but you know, that's a tough fold to make. Euro trips. If like he just had a single pair holding, I think Assassin bets big there. Then RV Phil is gonna probably just lay top pair down in that
Considering
scenario.
he made trips,
Yeah.
makes it a little bit tougher.
Right.
Call, straddle.
Right, OFC. Deuce tray of diamonds.
Double straddles on.
Double straddle is on for 100 total. Zefish in here. Ace 5 of diamonds. I like it. Race of 250. And then Cashman with the Hellmuth hand. 2 black 9s. That is the Hellmuth hand. That's what he won the World Series with, was 2 black 9s specifically. 3 bet to 1,000. Zefish. 750 to 750 more, and he's got 20K in front, and can play a pretty big pot with Cashman, who started the hand here. Looks like he started the hand with 7,800, since now he has 6,800. Cashman get a Queen Jack 5 2-spade board. Don't love this flop for Cashman. Zefish can easily have Ace Queen Ace Jack. Goes check, check. Turn comes a jack. Check and Zefish. Zefish probably going to take a stab here, I would assume, being check 2 twice, having a 5, and he does.
900? Yeah, 900 to about 20,
Yeah.
2100.
9 ball.
So about a 40% pot, give or take. 40-45%
Cashman
pot.
with the best of it here. Does make the call. And the river just counterfeits his hand. Wow, that is unfortunate for Cashman. Zefish is winning this hand unless he bets and gets check raised, but he might just check back with ace high here. But I think he's going to represent a full house and bet. He does.
Value size bet, 1,800 to about 4K.
Zefish saying, hey,
And he knows
I got
his
a
hand.
full house.
Yeah, more than likely, yeah. Even if Zefish has the hand that he actually does have with ace high, he's still losing. Oh, he's in.
oh wow, Cashman just check ripped it.
Oh my gosh, what a sick move.
What a play by Cashman to check raise all in here and try to move him off of a hand that he could be doing this with, like ace high. Because Cashman knows that his hand is counterfeited.
Yeah, and maybe just, again, I'm going back through the action preflops to see. Raise, 3-bet. Call, okay, check. It would be so if wow, I like this move here. He's just not believing Zefish.
And that does move Zefish off of the best hand.
Yep.
And he probably
Did he
assumes
show?
Zefish.
I don't know if he showed or not.
I don't think
No,
he
did
does.
not.
Don't do that shit when I buy house. Don't ever fucking do that shit.
This is quickly becoming a really big game. I'm running
Game
the
has
math on
definitely
it.
gotten a lot bigger since it started. Let's see, back to the action here. On the cutoff with AJ, Jack 10 off. The $50 straddle is on, but we've been seeing the $100 straddle as well. The double straddle here. And AJ going to raise it to 2 and a Q. Quarter pounder. RV Phil going to fold. AJ going to pick up the pot here.
Gosh, it's nearly 118K at the table right now. On a 5-10 quarter. And I know post-stream these guys are going to play.
I said you can do that to a bro. Don't do it to a fucking.
And those games are going to get really big.
I call you with 8 high, bro. I call you with king high, bro. Mr. Straight. Mr. Straight. Call you.
Looks like the 50's on. Zefish here at the Queen 9 of Hearts going to raise it up to $150. Sure she here. King Queen of Clubs. That's going to be a 3-bet from him from the small blind. And there it is. 675. Harvey Phil, pocket threes, does get out of the way. OFC. King Jack of Spades. He does give it up. Zefish. Back to Zefish, Queen 9 of Hearts. Zefish. And Zefish said.
Zefish 4-bet?
He did.
Hey, yeah, let's go.
He said 1,700. How much do you like your hand now?
It's a pretty small 4-bet size, though.
Well, he's in position. And let me see. 3-bet 5 1/4 more. He's in position, and he can make it a little bit smaller in position than out of position here.
Great flop for Shorty.
Shorty does flop a massive hand. I assume that Zefish, since he did continue with the 4-bet pre-flop, that he's going to barrel the flop, and he does for 1,100. Shorty here, I think he's got two good options. I think he's got the raise option and the call option. He doesn't know what Zefish technically has, so he might lean towards calling, because Zefish could have a hand like Ace-King, but there we go. Shorty getting there as cheaply as possible with the stone nuts.
Let's see if Zefish is going to continue to barrel.
Well, it's...
Yep.
Zefish, you know, he's going to tell a story.
20...
And he's telling it. And Shorty here.
I like just the call here.
Oh, I do too, yeah, of course.
It's going to set up SPR of about 0.8 for Shorty, I believe, on the river, give or take.
Shorty's got to think, is Zefish bluffing at this point, or does he have a really big hand, like something along the lines of a set of 10s, a set of aces?
He does rip it, and a snap fold.
Hard for Zefish to have clubs there, considering that the ace of clubs, ace of clubs and king, queen of clubs is all out.
Right.
I don't think the 10 of clubs was there. I think it was 10 of spades.
Gotta make $100.
If somebody wins 7 deuce, by 100
to call strategy.
So they are playing 7 deuce game, right?
Oh, the 7 deuce game is on?
I think so.
I heard a mention of it earlier. I didn't know if it was on.
7 deuce is on for 100.
Okay.
Yep. So the 7 deuce game is on. They haven't played the nit game this. They have not played the nit game this. And maybe they're doing like one of these like on one dealer change we're gonna do the nit button, the next dealer change we'll do 7 deuce. I don't know.
Right. RV Phil called the $100 shroud with 7-6 clubs, and Brian here, he's club 7 off. And look at this. Brian flopping top pair, and RV Phil flopping a 7 high flush draw. But Brian has the ace of clubs, and he has the backdoor nut flush draw. And it goes check, bet from Brian. Phil does call the 200. 5 of diamonds on the turn, a benign card here. Check, check. Oof. RV Phil making a flush. Gonna be hard to get paid off. 4-liner. And Brian does have the nut blocker in his hand, so Brian says, hey, you know, I could represent the nut flush here and raise. But I don't think RV Phil's going anywhere. And Brian just makes the call top pair.
Brian's just having a tough night tonight. He's tried to like pick some spots. Unfortunately, the spots he's been picking and taking tonight, and not that they were bad spots, just like, you know, remember how we talked about Carlos? He was not running well for a bit. He was playing well, but just running into it. Just Brian Green just running into it tonight.
Yeah, and I think Brian's playing well. He's just running into it, and sometimes you're the bug, sometimes you're the windshield.
Yeah, so
that's just the way it goes. Poker's not always easy. Unless you're RV Phil, it's always easy for RV Phil.
Unless you're RV Phil.
Unless you're RV Phil. And then AJ here, King Jack off. The $50 straddle is on, so we can pretty much presume that's going to be on forever. And he does call the 50, so has to fold him 6-2. Shorshi probably going to get in there and to cut off a queen 10. I could see a raise for sure coming out here. And there is one, $200. And let's see here. Over to the big blind. UFC does fold, Zefish folds. Brian, ace-4 off, going to call. And AJ's not going anywhere, King Jack. 3 ways to the flop. 640 in the skillet. 9-5-4, 2 spades.
Brian Green with the best hand here.
And the backdoor nut spades. And some backdoor wheel equity. There's the 3 of clubs talking about the wheel equity.
This was against the story. It was. I mean, that night. Only one match ends up? One match. Yeah, I remember that.
The river's a 4. Brian making trip 4s. But it's going to be hard to get paid off when nobody doesn't have a piece of the board except for him.
He's up like 50. His mom calls and says, dinner's ready. When are you coming home? You know? He's like, Mom, I'm playing perfect fucking poker. I'm not going anywhere. I'm playing perfect fucking poker. Mom. Oh, Mom.
Take a look at these deep ups. Brian getting in the mix of it the most. RV Phil.
OFC, 28%, a little lower than usual.
Yeah, and I think because just of this action-packed lineup. Usually we see OFC, one of the more aggressive high VPIP players.
Yeah.
And the stack depths of these players are super, super deep.
Yeah, it is a pretty deep game.
And actually, OFC is still sitting at about 6,500, give or take. Which is
look at this. Shorshi. 2 kings.
Aces and kings throughout the night.
Getting passed around tonight, the 2 aces and 2 kings. RV Phil with the button and 6-4, and he's going to raise it up. And then Shorshi with the 2 kings. Got to be loving that. And Brian's going to hop into the pot. And AJ probably going to hop in the pot too for 3 1/4. He's got $50 in there. He's got 2 deuces. It's a good peel off. Extra $300. Not even an extra $275. And wait a minute. Wow. AJ just 4 bets at $1,500. And Shorshi's got 2 kings. He's got to be in heaven right now.
I love AJ.
And Shorshi just going to call.
He isn't.
And then RV Phil. RV Phil says, I'm not going anywhere. And Brian, now this is a pot. This is a pot. 6,015 in the skillet. Pre-flop hand 39. Oh my gosh, look at this. Deuce 9-3. AJ flopping the best of it after he 4 bets with 2 deuces.
Yahtzee!
And RV Phil with the gut shot. Brian with top pair. Everybody's got a piece of it.
This is disgusting.
This is wild. And this is going to be a big pot because he's going to lead out with a set of 2s. And here it is for 1,800. Shorshi. Gotta think, man, do I have the best hand right now?
Of course he has. Yeah, I mean, it's like if I lose into aces, then I lose because he's not gonna put AJ
on deuces,
9s or 3s.
No,
maybe 9s, but definitely not deuces or 3s. Okay. Oh gosh. Yeah, Phil's gonna have to fold. I think Brian's gonna have to fold because like these players are representing overpairs. At least one of these players is representing overpairs. I wonder if he's going to do something crazy.
And he does give up the hand. And AJ's got to be like, wow. I am really loving this. Can I get the whole stack in? And we play a really big pot here. AJ just taking his time and does just make the call. See what happens here on the turn. 8 of spades.
This is a good card for Shorshi, right? It's gonna be a check rip call. SPR is about 0.5, give or take.
Do you think AJ's gonna check here? You think he's gonna go check, shove all in and call?
Yeah, it's gonna be check rip call. Yeah.
And there's the check as predicted. Now, Shorshi, is he suspicious that he's against a bigger hand? Most likely not. He can't think he is. He's got to think he has the best hand, and he does rip it, and he obviously gets called by a set of 2s. And the river's a jack of spades, and that is a $28,405 pot, folks. That is real money. And AJ just going to pick up a massive pot.
Playing poker, ladies and gentlemen. 4-bet pre-flop with deuces.
These 2 young guys playing poker at another level.
I know, right, man?
They are playing poker at another level. These 2 young guys. Young kid.
All right, I think the 7 deuce game is on. We did say that earlier. An assassin under the gun with the 7 deuce of spades, 50 to call. He's going to try to win this bounty right now. $100 bounty from each player on the 7 deuce game as well. So far, he's gotten it through. Oh, see, king 6 of spades on the button. He's going to make the call. Prime 9-6. He folds. AJ 10-9 off. And he does fold. Cashman 7-6 off. Gives fold 2. Okay, our heads up here with 7 deuce of spades versus king 6 of spades. And he does flop the best of it with the deuce. I'm going to see a bet here from Assassin, most likely. A C bet and take it down and going to pick up the bounty as well.
All right, guys.
Yep, there it is. He's going to pick up a nice bounty of 100 from each person. Nice pickup there.
It's all good.
I don't see the knit game on currently, just the 7 deuce game. How's everybody in the chat today on this Friday night here? If you're local, if you're not local, chime in, like, subscribe. Tell me how you're doing. Are you playing right now? Somewhere?
I will outplay you. I got some power. I got 7 deuce.
Today you could, yeah.
I know. 7
And the 7 deuce game's on, but not the 7-3 game, so he's going to fold the 7-3. OFC here, 6-4 diamonds, but Zefish picking up ace-king on the button. Going to raise it up here. Looks like 450 over top of OFC 6-4 diamonds. It made it 125 to go. OFC most likely going to make the call. He does. Jack, Jack, deuce. OFC. 6 high, going to check it over to ace king. Zefish with ace king. C bet, of course. OFC says, you know what? Let's see the turn. 7 of spades. OFC checks.
Sir, please relax. Boom. Boom. 7. Guys losing his money. Boom.
And Zefish with the best hand still. Betting 850. Now OFC, did he check call the flop to do something like check raise the turn? Or is he just going to give up at this point? Well, Tiny, get some rest, buddy.
Like 10 years ago, the German guy, people get tilted because they don't understand the layout. Like 5, 6 German drunk guys, they would always scream.
Rena, I'm sure it's going to be a fun time on Sunday. Shorshi with the ace queen under the gun. And raised up to 75. Assassin, everybody's. Zefish is the only caller here. 7-8 in the cutoff. Ace 9-6. Zefish with the open ender. Shorshi with the top pair. Good kicker. Is it check? Zefish gonna bet 125 with the open ender. Man, Zefish getting there, making the nuts on the turn. Shorshi just got bamboozled on the turn. Just 350 to call with the ace queen. He does make the call. 3 spades on the river. Sure, she's probably going to check again. Zefish going to bet. Question is, does Shorshi make the call here? If it's not too big, most likely yes. He does call. Sees the bad news that Zefish did turn the nuts.
They have a lot of land. Housing, expensive.
It's a long drive.
Good joke, Kevin. Very good one. Few more years you can do those. 20 more years you can drive halfway.
Brian here, dead man's hand. Ace 8. Raised up to 200. Cashman with a nice hand here. 2 jacks. Couple of Johnnies. And he does raise it back up. 850 with the 2 jacks. Brian, 650 more to call, and he does make the call. And Brian flopping the best of it with the ace. Ace 7-6. Maybe that's why they call it the dead man's hand, because he killed 2 jacks on this flop. But no, it's called that because Bill Hitchcock had ace 8, was the hand that he got shot and killed with when he had a full house. 8's full of aces.
Hi, yeah.
Cashman, bet 550. Does get a call by the ace 8 from Brian with the best of it. Turn queen of diamonds.
Yeah, and this is just obviously a terrible run out for flop turn Cashman. 2 overs to his jacks now.
Cashman does check. He is leery that Brian has the best hand at this
Now,
point.
if this turn was not another overcard, I could see him potentially barreling here. I think this Cashman's just gonna have to let this go at this point in time.
I think Cashman is more worried about the ace than he is the queen. But yes, another over definitely isn't fun when you got 2 jacks and there's already 1 on there. 3 ways to play jacks. They're all wrong. 9 of clubs on the river. Cashman does make a check call, and it goes check on the river. Brian here going to win a $4,035 pot with the top pair.
It's a super action-packed game. Lots of big pots.
A lot of big pots. A lot of well-known players here in DFW.
Yeah, a lot of these players, man. This does not play like. I mean, again with the straddle on and with this configuration and this lineup, definitely playing like quarter 50.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
Easily playing like quarter 50.
definitely that.
Let's take a look at these stack sizes now. 5-10 quarters. We got 3 players over 20,000.
Look at that. AJ with $28,000.
Stupid. And OFC with 5K. Eric Anderson said Bill Hill Clock. Cock, not Hitchcock. Whatever. I don't know.
Yeah, Eric, my pronunciation isn't the best.
Look at this. This is so gross. Look at these cumulative. Oh, it's going to disappear. But I'll bring it up next game. Because, oh, see it under the gun.
And OFC here. Raise it 200 with the ace jack. AJ, king jack of spades. Call 200. Harvey Phil Queen eight of clubs, call the 175.
Right.
Easier to send him home.
Boom. Under time.
Throw him on. Throw him on.
OFC here does have the best hand with the ace high. He's gonna c-bet it. Is that 275? 350. Wow. 350 here. Harvey Phil, Queen eight of clubs. He does make the fold.
All right, let's go, boys.
No, not really.
Queen eight of clubs.
I thought by trying to
I'm not that lucky. I'll never do
and then we took the train.
Oh, DFS, Brat. Online multi-tabling. Okay, when you played it, I know you played a lot online and on your phone, right?
Yeah.
What's the most you've ever multi-tabled? How many tables?
I can't multitask, so only one.
I gotcha.
I actually know a guy that was on Poker News that played like 30 phones at once on the apps.
No way, bro.
I have a video of it. I'll show you.
I'm not
It's
saying you're
insane.
lying.
No, I'm
just
saying it's
like,
insane. I don't know how he did it.
I've tried 6 before, and it's just too much. Like 4 is the max I can do with like 4 different. One time I was an idiot. I was on ACR. I was playing like 2 Hold'em stud in a tournament. I was like, you can't like. It's like on stud with the 7 card, you have to pay attention, right?
Right.
But like what's folded and whatnot. So now if I play like if I play anything, I may play like all tournaments or all cash or something
Right.
like that, just to like
I've done it before. It's just not something that I enjoy doing.
Yeah.
It's hard for me to pay attention to 10 games at once or something silly. I know there's a lot of players out there that can do it, but it's just not for me. Moneymaker here. Ace tray of diamonds picks up a nut flush draw. Does bet. Brian just with a gutter.
I don't see him I don't foresee him. Yeah, he's gonna fold, especially against Moneymaker. He's got a lot of kings in his range.
Okay, so Brat, you know who he is then. Yes, so he and I have known each other for a lot of years. And I do have some video of him doing that, playing all those tables. But yes, he played in Vegas a lot. Yeah, he would bring like a bunch of chargers. So Brad is my witness. I heard someone ask for a shot at tequila. I think it was RV Phil offering a shot at tequila. RV Phil. I want a shot at tequila. RV Phil here. Sure, she raising up with ace jack 150. RV Phil. West Virginia big slick. Shout out West Virginia with the 9-7. 9-7 off. Zefish 10-8 of clubs. Brian with the queen tray of diamonds. 4 ways to the flop. 6-10 in the skillet. And Shorshi does have the best hand here with top pair with a jack kicker. Zefish has second pair. And RV Phil with the gutter. Brian just with backdoor equity. Bet 400 from Brian. Looks like call. Zefish got out the way. RV Phil still with the gutter. Shorshi whipped the best of it. Brian going to continue. Picked up a 3 on the turn. He does get the best hand out of the way. RV Phil. RV Phil says alright one time. 9-7 or an 8. Does scream for an 8. He's not kidding. And look at this. Brian here making 2 pair. He's going to bet 4,000.
That's it for me. Thank you all.
Looks like a dealer change. So we're about halfway through the stream here. Our third dealer change now. And 59 viewers in the chat. Thanks everyone for coming in and tuning in tonight. My name's Paul Tassoni, aka Gator. I'm from West Virginia. They got me here commentating out here in Dallas, Texas. A lot of fun to be here commentating. A lot of fun to be here playing. If you're new to the chat, like and subscribe, please. That does help support the channel and this game for them to. Everybody's here working hard to run this every weekend. Trying to bring you some of the best games in DFW and a great stream. Looks like another $100 flip here.
Any other day we'll say $500.
I'm not sure if you're out of position every hand. Sometimes you're in position. No, it's alright.
Oh, it's more than 100. Looks like a $200 flip since there's 1,800 in the middle.
Top set. I got top set. I got top set.
100.
Why is it never suited?
Top set. I got top set. I got all the outs. Nobody has 8. That means I have 3 keys.
All right. Moneymaker does have an 8. Oh, there. And Phil with the 8-5, making the full house. Moneymaker had an 8 as well. RV Phil going to scoop this nice $1,600 on the flip with the 8s full of 5s.
That's what I need right now. I haven't even fucking played a hand, bro. So opposite to my style.
Why never? Oh, I thought you were wondering why you always win with 2 cards.
No, I mean
Sir, this is how the game works.
PLO, people normally win with the 2 most least expected. Yeah.
If you have ace king 9-9, you win with the king 9.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Some weird stuff. You don't win
He
with
knows
like
a weird
pair aces.
combination.
You don't win with pair aces in PLO normally.
I turned 1,500 into 12. From 1-3 game.
That wasn't a 5.
Man, I lost the skin.
Assassin Cole. 250s and bets. 4 from Moneymaker, 4 from...
And Assassin here going to call the 50 with the deuces. Shorsey, I believe, raised it. Yes, 250 with the Jack 10. Brian in there at the ace-5 off. AJ in there with the Brunson. 10 deuce. 10 deuce of diamonds. Queen 4-6, 2 spades. And Assassin here with the best hand. Turns a 9. Doesn't change anything for anyone except for Shorsey, who has Jack 10. Turns an open ender. Probably see a bet here from maybe Shorsey at this point. Assassin checks. Shorsey going to check back his equity or bet here. And there's the bet. $500. Brian out the way, AJ out the way, Assassin out the way, and Shorsey, nice little pickup on the turn, betting that open ender.
We don't want that.
Okay, but did you believe this? Sometimes the game is too crazy that you don't have action.
That sounds
It might not sound right, but it could be like that. Could be wrong. Just like when I play with
People always say, oh, straddle's action, but then like the 800 is on. And everyone's like,
Right, nobody playing shit.
it's you. Pulled up a bunch of 70
All right, and $50 straddle is on. Assassin King 6 off. He's gonna fold it short. She's down. Moneymaker down. RV Phil. Queen 7 of clubs. Nice little suited hand here on the cutoff. RV Phil. Looks like he just called 50 Zefish. And now Brian. Ace Queen. Brian with the Ace Queen gonna raise 300. AJ with the Ace Deuce of Diamonds.
A lot of these players with some decent hands that that's some relatively decent post flop equity.
Three ways, 1,005 in the skillet. 994. Brian, a C-bet 400. That should get the job done. But it doesn't. AJ's got other plans. OFC out of the way, 10 high. 10 hearts. Brian's still with the best of it. Brian, 1,300. He does get AJ out of the hand.
61 viewers in the chat. Thanks for tuning in. 5-10-25 Match the Stack here at Poker House Dallas, Poker House Live. Big game tonight.
He had 10 more? Can you hear me? Yeah. Oh, sorry, yeah.
Yeah, a lot of these guys like to play post stream, like to play bigger too. So
okay, yeah.
Yeah, I would say the majority of these players are going to stay and play post stream.
Right.
At least 6 of them, give or
Yeah,
take.
I could definitely see that. And RV Phil here raising up to 250 with the King Queen off. Brian, King Deuce of Clubs in the small blind. Zefish on the button did call 10-8. And Brian, look at this. 3-betting. 1,300. King Deuce of Clubs. RV Phil and the hijack. RV Phil does make the call, and Zefish here is going to make the call. And now we are playing poker. When you have a guy that raises with King Queen and the hijack, and a guy in the small blind raising with King Deuce of Clubs, we're playing some poker now. And looks like that Zefish flops the best of it with an 8. But Brian's going to continue a story, I assume, and say, hey, I got an ace here. He also has the backdoor nut flush draw. But RV Phil.
Yeah, he's just never going to lay
middle pair. Sorry, I said Zefish flopped the best hand, but RV Phil flopped the best hand.
Zefish is assuming Phil calls, which he may peel one street.
RV Phil with middle pair facing a $1,600 C-bet. He did get 3-bet out of the small blind. It's likely that Brian has a hand like Ace King.
He's going to make one.
But RV
Phil,
Phil, yeah, RV Phil though, you know, this goes back down to what I was talking about earlier. RV Phil has a king in his hand, so now it's harder for Brian to have a king in his hand, even though he does. It's harder for Brian to have an ace king, but it's not unlikely. He can definitely have it. He can also have queens. He can also have 3 jacks,
27,
3 aces, and phew, He's really representing the story here. He's saying, I have.
Small bet, though.
It is compared to the
pot size.
Yes.
27 into 71.
He's
5% pot.
He's still saying he has a hand that wants to get called, I believe, here on the turn by betting this much. And is that going through RV Phil's head right now?
RV Phil's like, did you ask Zefish if he raised first? Terrell keeping a smile on his face. Oh my gosh, that's funny.
You did this.
These guys having a good time. RV Phil makes the call. Wow. I don't think he's gonna give up here.
RV Phil not giving up.
9 of clubs.
9 of clubs. Does Brian go for it? He does. Wow. Brian. I think he shoved all in, yeah. He shoves all in. And RV Phil went this far with it. However, the 9 makes a straight with a 10 now. And RV Phil does give up.
Let's go. RV Phil is he's still up a bit though. Brian Green, oh my gosh, 146,000 at the table. Other live 10 quarter. I've seen other streams that are 5-10 quarter. If there's like the biggest stack size is like 8K, 10K.
Yeah.
This is so gross.
Now we have a lot of money on the table and a lot of fearless guys here.
AJ up almost 17K. Sasson up about 6K. Moneymaker Cashman up just over a couple thousand. Biggest loser so far, Shorshi. Brian Green got some of it back there. And then Zefish down about 14K.
And Moneymaker here going to open up the action with 2 6s. RV Phil not going over to Jack 7. OC's going to fold to King Dewey. Zefish must have picked up a hand. I don't see it yet, but it looks like a raise.
No way. You're in trouble. No fucking way, huh? No way.
Mr. Assassin.
There's no chapter in the poker book showing you how to deal with the game.
Moneymaker does make the call. Can't see what Zefish's hand is, but I guess the raise size was 650 total. And there it is, ace tray off. Put a little squeeze in there.
All the time. I mean, it's not like
And look at this, Moneymaker flopping top set. Zefish did squeeze and does flop a gutter ball and a backdoor diamond draw. Zefish probably going to continue with this board since he did flop some equity here, but Moneymaker.
What was did Zefish just call or raise?
Zefish actually 3-bet squeezed to 650.
Okay, he should be continuing on this board.
Yeah, that's what I was.
He's got the range. He's got the range
as well, and it's going to definitely continue.
And based off how Moneymaker, yeah, I mean, he would have to have specifically like 6s here, right? I mean, Moneymaker could open like 8s, 9s. Moneymaker's just gonna make the call. He's got 6 of diamonds.
10 of clubs. Moneymaker still way ahead.
I'm foreseeing a check rip.
I don't think it's going to be a rip, but I think it's going to be a bet.
No, I'm saying Moneymaker check, Zefish bet, and I think I think Moneymaker's just gonna rip here. Maybe not. He can just call
50 to call.
Oh, EPT Barcelona.
I'm going there for the birth of his child, but if there's a tournament, I'll play.
Yeah, I think EPT Barcelona.
He does go all in.
Yeah.
That's how I met her, but it's 4 years ago.
5, 6.
I remember they had announced it was going to be the home of the PSPC, but I don't know why they changed it. I don't know. Yeah, what I was saying is I finally figured out, like, I better put the house in Fort Worth on Airbnb. Like, we should make some more money. No, it's on there now, so there's just no bookings. I just kept it blocked off until the 22nd.
Do you have like someone who's promoting it a little bit or something, like a manager?
I mean, my mom
Zefish
actually
does
did it all
fold.
for me when I was in Europe. I was like, dude, put the house in Airbnb. And I was just like, try to get $6.99 a night and see how it works. And we've stayed like about 70% occupancy with that. So it makes like, averaging about 12K a month, and my payment is $6,800.
$6.99 a night? What fucking mansion is that? Brian fucking Greenhouse.
Money maker here. Just gonna take the pot down here. Maybe targeting like overpairs that don't. I think that they wouldn't be able to fold there. Not sure. I kind of was paying attention to the hand. Not really.
I mean, if I'm staying there, you're welcome to stay there. When it's not booked, I stay there, and then I've actually been like, embarrassingly enough, when it's booked and I'm in town, I just stay at my mom's house. You are 50 years old and staying with mom.
RV Phil, 9 deuce. OFC with ace jack. You can see a raise from OFC for sure.
If I could just get the place in Vegas.
Might as well just change this game to 25-50 or 51.
There we go.
If you have like some,
And OFC here.
He hasn't had very good card distribution tonight. This is the least amount of hands I've ever seen him play.
And AJ here at the king queen. Some call it 2 1/4.
I think it's like when you have a doorman, they're gonna notice. Like,
Chris in here with the ace 8 off.
so that people would have
The
to be down to
under the
like-
gun straddle.
Yeah, I think that.
And AJ flopping a really big hand.
But I mean,
Top 2, OC with the gutter and the ace high.
staying with my friend Brian for the week. Yeah. But even then, you're supposed to get like
Like a visitor's approval or some shit.
I mean, I never did even when I had real guests, but like, even if someone's put,
And OC's going to lead out with the gutter. And AJ just going to flat top 2.
It's like a big hassle for no.
oh, I just need to sell it, but I've been having a hard time with that. Because then I'm like, where the hell am I going to stay when I go there? But I need to sell it for sure. Keep me in the game for another 10 years.
And then AJ going to get checked to and then bet the turn. 275. OC calling with the ace high in the gutter. And Rivers a 3. OC going to check. AJ with a slam dunk bet here. It's just how much does he want to bet? In position.
Everybody thought I was so stupid. Like, why would
5 1/4. I like the sizing. Third pot.
And OC just not going to be able to call here.
No, not at all.
I mean, it's tough to find any housing in areas like that.
OC does give it up.
You can see the frustration in OFC's face.
700 and base over since 2016. And it's appreciated like 2 million. So,
Yeah.
and I get to use it.
Don't play stand-up game?
Yes,
The entire sitting down.
but for real standing up.
Real stand-up
Real stand up.
So the reason we did the hit game is because like our cameras are kind of like slightly inferior, so we won't be able to zoom in, zoom out.
Okay.
So like they play the stand-up game, you're only going to see like half their chest. Now we work in the works to probably next step.
And you find excuses.
About an hour and a half here into the stream. 63 viewers in the chat. Eddie the Asian Sensation in the booth here with me. Gator. I'm so happy to be here tonight. And everybody, please like and subscribe. Help the channel out. The dealers are working hard. The staff here works hard. Eddie's working hard every day. Eric's working hard to keep this stream going, bringing you some of the best action in DFW.
God, this is probably some of the best action in the state, man. This is stupid. Like stupid, like big, like 5-10 and a quarter, man. This game's playing definitely like 25-50.
Absolutely.
I mean, you can make the argument it's playing. Yeah, it's definitely playing, at minimum, playing 25-50.
Yes. And Brian here looks like he's flopped a gutter with the backdoor spade draw. Does have the ace of spades. It's an important card to have. And bets 400. And AJ with the best of a top pair does call the 4. And that's a good card for Brian. He can bet here and win a lot of times.
Yeah.
An overcard and it's a spade. He has the nut spade draw now.
It's going to be tough for AJ to continue here. With second pair.
Very tough.
Boards, overcard. No, he doesn't believe the story.
Nope, he does make the call. And the river, it's a 3 of clubs.
Kind of a brick, all things considered.
Brian does bet 2,700. AJ in the blender. Can he make a call? Can he make the call here? He does. AJ has been making some really nice calls today. And he does call with the 8. And he's going to pick up a nice $8,000 pot.
Wow. AJ just not believing the story told by Brian Green. And Brian Green can't believe. He's like, wow.
I mean, I know better than to try to bluff.
Brian Green saying he should know better than to try to bluff these calling stations. AJ laughing. I always joke that one of the things that, like, as I've worked on my game, sometimes I would try to like bluff it 1-2, like, oh, this board's so much better for my range, and blah 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 blah. And I get called a side, third pair, blah 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 blah. And I'll tell Kim about it. She's like, what are you doing? so like here's kind of her criteria for bluffing. You have to be 100% sure they're gonna fold. At one time she was telling me a story that Hayden was like, maybe I should have bet bigger. She's like, what? Seriously? Like, what are you doing?
RV Phil. Gonna make the call for Queen Jack. And look at Brian here flopping top and bottom. RV Phil with middle pair just gonna lead right into it, and Brian's putting in a raise. RV Phil gonna make the call.
God, Jack would be so sick right now.
How about a 3? Makes Brian a full house.
See if RV Phil's gonna, yeah. He's gonna continue barrel. He's gonna bet 2K into 3K.
Woo! And Brian just gonna call.
I like to just smooth call. See if
Brian $3,500 bet size, which puts RV Phil all in. RV Phil makes a call.
oh wow.
And Brian pick up a big pot here.
I think he saw that bluff from last hand against AJ and thought that he was bluffing that hand as well. Let's see if RV Phil is going to tack on and add on. Wouldn't be surprised if he does.
This might be a long night today. This is exactly the table for long night. I can see it. I can see it. 4:30 in the morning.
Brian here, 3-betting. Wait a minute, what's going on? Oh, Zefish opened to 50, and Brian 3-bet to 100, and Cashman 4-bet to 250.
Interesting. 5-bet.
This is very interesting. And then Shorshi with the king 9 of hearts does 5-bet it to 800.
What if Cashman's going to lay down 10s here? All things.
I don't think so. I think he's going to make the call and see what happens on the flop.
Already 3,500. Let's get like King Jack. Oh
wow!
Oh my God!
Cashman just gonna flop quad 10s. Doesn't get any easier than that.
Oh my God! This is so gross.
Brian bet 1,000 with the overpair.
God, a jack on the turn or whatever would be so sick. Oof. And Short's gonna with a snap fold here. He sees him slap his wrist.
Yeah.
He's like, "What are you doing?"
He said, "What are you doing there?" And Brian here, with 2 jacks, picks up a straight draw on the turn, and he is going to fire once again. $2,300. Drawing completely dead. Cashman here. Quad 10s.
God, the jack on the river would be so disgusting.
A jack on the river would be insane. And Cashman does make the call.
Yeah, you want to try to keep his overpairs in, his bluffs in.
3 of diamonds. What is Brian going to do here?
He's gonna rip it.
He's going to bet 4,000. Cashman only with 3,150 left after he shoves all in. I would assume Brian's just going to call.
Yeah. When the money goes in, it's gonna be 4K to win 21K. 4K to win 25K.
Still the same, Mr. Cashman. It's not going to change. Unless you have the power. If you have that power, I want it back.
Brian with some table talk.
Come on, give the drunk guy a
I think Brian convinced that he has the best hand. And then he just said, "What do you have, pocket 10s?" and turned over his hand.
God, Brian Green just running into it.
He was running into it for sure.
last time he did this to me, my phone, he showed me a fucking kid, like a naked ass dude. How much is it? I don't think I can fold.
Pretty much 7.
He does make the call, which I did believe was going to happen. He did just run into the worst of it there. Started with the best hand with 2 jacks.
How do you call that?
Maybe I can bet 2K and fold.
You called his hand.
You're committing. Good stuff.
Gosh, Brian Green. Let's take a look at these cumulative wins again. Goodness gracious. AJ up 22. What did I miss when I went outside? What the hell's going on? AJ up 22K, Cashman now up 13.4. Assassin up about 6K, Moneymaker up 5,700. Brian Green and Zefish combined $31,000 down. If this is a 5-10 quarter, about 150K on the table.
Whew, man, there's a lot of money in this game tonight. There's a lot of action going on.
He bet, he called, he was closing action. He opened.
Yeah, I made a dumb call pre-flop the other day. 2-5 game. I had kings pre-flop. 2 other players went all in, but they were like the most action-packed players.
Right.
And they both had aces. They both have aces.
What can you do?
Yeah, like, if they were like the nittiest players or like medium nitty, I'm folding there.
Yeah, straight over 50. Since my stack is so small, can I not put mine?
Chorshi here. Jack 8 of diamonds.
Yeah, that was Mark Wee. It was dumb. It was a bad call. I thought
That was Mark Wee. Whoopsie.
I mean, look, if that was like Bridge Mike and Hayden, I'm like folding. But it's Mark, it's you, Mark, and Rosie. No offense to either one of you, but you guys are just action pre-flop. I was just like, I have kings. How can I fold? That's a bad. It was a bad call. I'll talk to hand out with Aid. Don't know who they're talking about, but apparently they're not happy with somebody.
Cashman here. King 10 of hearts, gonna raise 150. Chorshi to 2 6s. Call 150. Zefish 7-4. Brian Jack Deuce. AJ Queen 10, definitely a nice playable hand. Let me call 100. And Cashman and AJ both flopping top pair here. Cashman with the best of it.
Has them out tip.
Both of them with some backdoor draws, though. AJ has backdoor clubs, and Cashman with the backdoor hearts. And there's one of those clubs to help AJ's hand improve.
Yeah, AJ's definitely going to be betting here. Top pair, queen high flush draw. Cashman's going to make the call here. King of clubs. Oh, no.
The ace of spades going to slow it down for sure.
I think AJ's. I wonder if AJ's going to go into check call mode. No, he's going to barrel. Try to get some value a little bit. Blocker bet 250.
AJ is beat here, so he's going to try to get a fold with this small bet, but maybe he thinks he has the best hand unless he thinks that he can represent the ace of clubs that missed as well, and he does get Cashman off of the best hand with that value-looking size bet.
I think, honestly, if he bets big there, like 80% like pot, or like 75% pot, 2/3 pot, maybe even closer to pot, that Cashman may potentially call it. I don't know. I like when I'm playing and I see these like small bet, like 40%, 60% bets. I'm like, God, those seem so value heavy to me. And sometimes I fold those hands and like they're showing a bluff, but like.
And Assassin here, +1 with the Jack 10. Army Phil, Ace Jack. There's a good hand in the cutoff. Gonna put a little raise in there. $16,000 stack. Oh no, I'm sorry. RV Phil did call the 50, and OC raised up 7-5 clubs to 250. AJ folding King 10, Cashman Deuce Tray, and we're gonna go heads up. OFC and RV Phil clash of the Titans. 10-9 tray, 2 clubs, and OFC flopping a nice flop here with 7-5 of clubs. Does have the 7-high flush draw. RV Phil checking over to him. OFC getting free equity here. Turning another good card. He is now got a gut shot to go with that flush draw, and he's good with a 7 or a 5 against RV's ace high hand. RV bet 800. OFC's not going anywhere.
Nope. In position as well.
Now does OFC raise?
He can.
Or does he just flat? But he can definitely, there's merit for a raise here. I am completely shocked that OFC actually folded here with all those outs.
He's the opposite.
He once told me a story where he said, you know, right before COVID hit, like 5 months before COVID hit, I bought a soap company for $7 million. Soap, and COVID hit, right? That's a good time.
OC here in the cutoff going to fold. Zefish folding the button. Brian, the 9 tray, small blind. He does kick it up. $300 to go. AJ with 2 6s. He's not going anywhere. That's an easy $300 call there. Cashman Queen 9 off.
This guy's an insider trader. You have connections to
Ace 9 4 2 diamonds. Brian does flop the best of it. AJ just with 2 6s. Does fold. Wisely folds.
And this time he said, yeah, stop by. Where is it? I'm like, Ari, oh, this is a good place.
By the way, I think the reason you didn't get invited to he didn't develop Fantasy last night is because you ran so good with the flips. He was really frustrated. Oh, shit. He was talking about it over and over. Oh, shit. Hey, George. He's like, take all the money from him. And he was bringing up examples where he was like, took Cashman for 10K, 500 at a time. Took Steven for 11K, 500.
Oh, and he knew that table flips were mandatory, so he wanted me out. I understand. It all makes sense. He has a plan.
I was a perfect replacement for you in the table.
Zefish raising 150 to 2 4s. And AJ here, the ace 10 in the small blind. Does make the call. 385 in the skillet, heads up. Ace 10 tray. Big flop for AJ. Man, flopping top 2 here. Zefish pocket 4s. He's going to bet 100 and a quarter. And AJ calling $125 top 2. Turns a 6 of spades. Irrelevant card to the hand. AJ 2 and a Q, leading into Zefish this time. And Zefish wisely folds the 2 4s. Thank you. And here at hand 60, hand 61.
Tammy in the chat.
Tammy, hi. How are you, Tammy? I haven't heard from you in a while. Are you working tonight?
No, she's in Iowa.
Oh, she's in Iowa. And Brian with 2 kings. Raise a 4. And look at this. Cashman with a couple of ladies. Oh, my gosh. And Assassin's going to be folding one of Cashman's queens. Brian, $4,500 raise.
This is going to be a really big pot.
Let's see what Cashman does here. A couple of ladies.
Gosh, you don't see a ton of 5-bet pot. It's carving out 5-betting chips. Both players super deep. Oh my gosh, yours is! It's gonna be
All in.
Brian Green's like, did I just really run into it?
Brian,
oh my gosh.
Not going to fold, but
Oh my gosh, $46,000 pot pre in a 5-10 quarter game. This is stupid.
Ooh, 46,000 in the skillet. Cashman only has one queen left in the deck.
Oh my gosh, this is nuts. How do I only have 56 viewers on this stream? There's 160K on this table. Or there's actually going to be more than that. There's about 152 on there, but you know, if Cashman's going to reload here. Oh my gosh. I'm not a big fan of that 5-bet rip. And I think when he called, he knew that he was up against kings. So I don't think BK is calling with jacks there. And I think maybe he was probably trying to get a hand like jack. Oh my gosh, 46,000. Wowza from Tammy. Marquis so stupid. That was my biggest game. Get 56 viewers, 57 viewers is stupid. We're moving this game though for sure. Yeah, hand 62. I don't know how to clip. Eric's knows how to do all that stuff. I just know how to set the software.
What a massive hand that was. A lot of money. A lot of money being played here at Poker House Dallas.
$46,000 pot in 5-10 quarter. Oh my goodness. Let's see what Chris Cashman's going to reload with. I would guarantee that's correct. On stream, yeah. That was the biggest pot.
Yeah, that's definitely the biggest pot.
In live stream.
Oh, that's the biggest pot on this live stream?
So you had 22 include like total?
Yeah, I think it's a good idea actually, George. I don't like it. I'd rather get rid of the reds completely, but yeah, why play 5? Like, just play 25.
I agree. So this is like 25-50. Are they gonna change this? This is so gangster.
And I want to use reds.
All right, yeah, I'm sorry.
You get rid of them, don't worry.
I'm trying to.
Brian Green's right. Oh my gosh. This is gross. I'm moving this stream, guys. I'm just telling you guys right now. I think when people like I don't know what day I'm moving this to. We're moving it. Just not sure what day we're gonna move it to, but yeah. There's no reason I shouldn't have freaking.
And look at this, Zefish raising to 100 with ace jack of diamonds.
Oh, this is a comeback hand.
Cashman, who reloaded for 10,000.
Now, Cashman is not the guy that doesn't come across as that tilts, right? So, like, he could very well tilt. You know, he's not tilting. He's got freaking aces. But,
Whenever I get a 6 in the shoulders, I'm going to make sure the chips are the same stacks.
And Zefish here flopping a gut shot.
Backdoor diamond.
Backdoor diamonds, right? Yeah.
I'll make sure
Well, if there's one time to pick up aces, it's after you lose a big pot, so you can try to recover.
Yep. Probably wishing he had aces there. And I think if he has aces in that hand pre-flop, he maybe just, was it a 4-bet or 5-bet? I don't remember. It was a lot of bet.
And oh my God, Zefish here turning the nuts.
Oh my gosh, Chris Cashman.
I believe it was a
good check back by Cashman on the river.
A 5-bet shove with.
Zefish is gonna bet here. Sizing's gonna use, and Cashman's gonna probably call. 2/3 pot, slightly under 2/3. B Dale, that was stupid. STOOOPID.
And actually, Zefish bet 700 on the river.
Oh, he bet 700. Okay.
Cashman did fold the.
I saw the pink. I saw pink chip. I saw the yellow bird, and so I automatically assumed that it was That's.
No, that's good. I'm good.
But Cashman's such a talented young player that, like, he'll get it back in the long run.
He was worried I paid 500 extra. I'm like, no. He paid 500. I paid 500 extra. And you probably took 500 for my card as well. That's right. Yeah, Zefish is like, guys, I'm trying to play here. Stop fucking spotting.
Yeah, this is super gross. Oh my gosh. Mark, your game was definitely action, but this game is like, all things considered, like crazy action as well.
I got chips to play.
Beat Brian Green. But yeah, really buckle up.
Definitely buckle up today, and it looks like Brian Green here raised it up with the Queen 10 to $200.
Sometimes you're not, man. You know.
Well, yeah. I mean, sometimes you're the bug, sometimes you're the windshield,
Yeah.
and that's just the way it goes.
Now after I announce like a 46, I jump in viewership. You missed the 10 viewers that just jumped on. You missed the biggest pot in Poker House Livestream history. It was like 44K, 47K, something like that. I don't know. 46K.
And Shorshi here re-raising it up here with King Queen 3-bet to 1,000. RV filled 8-6 at diamonds. It looks like all 4 players did go to the flop.
Brian Green here wasn't running all that great early on. Switching up the gears.
RV Phil here betting 1,000 with the 8 and the gut shot. Brian Green top pair in the gutter. Shorshi just with the gutter and 2 overs. And he does make the call. Turn 5 of clubs. Brian still with the best of it. Checks it over. RV Phil.
I think he's going to check. I think Brian, I wonder if Brian's just going to check. I didn't know if he was going to consider the maybe bet for some protection. Yeah. Now Jack gets there. No
Wow.
players to Jack.
Brian here
Yeah.
2 pairs. Shorshi made top pair on the river, but still couldn't win the hand.
No, man.
Brian's back. Are you still stuck?
No, let's actually talk. Let's look at these cumulative winnings real quick. Let's look at these stacks real quick. Brian Green, 52,000. So disgusting.
52,780 in front of Brian Green.
40. I think there's 175,000 on the table, give or take. Next hand, I'll pull up cumulative winnings. Brian, the straddle's on. Again, this game is playing like 25-50, but Brian was trying to just go ahead and convert it to 25-50. And then now the 100 is going to be on, right?
Yep. You know that's going to happen.
And a lot of these players used to playing big.
Oh, yeah. It looks like RV Phil 3-betting to 300 with the 7-4 of clubs. Zefish in their ace-deuce of hearts. Shorshi with the queen 8.
Where you from? Dallas, man. Dallas? East Texas. Just kidding, I'm French.
You can tell by his name.
These guys.
The turn is a 4. Now RV Phil has the best hand. Zefish did flop the best hand with the deuce. That's the best hand pre-flop. Ace-deuce of hearts. RV Phil may pick up this pot if he calls Shorshi after he bets here.
I just ran the math. There's almost 185K at this table.
It's a few dollars.
Pocket change. Pocket change to some of these guys.
This will be the shortest deck I've ever had. That is a record.
All right, in a couple of minutes, I want to switch out of the booth. I got a tournament running in the event that it runs. They're going to get Danny Marks coming in here with Gare to finish off this stream. Wish I could finish it off with you guys here in the chat. 60 viewers here this Friday night. 5-10-25 Match to Stack. Just witnessed our biggest live stream pot just a few hands ago at hand 62. All in for 46K, 44K. It doesn't matter. It was a big pot.
It was definitely
it's supposed to be 44,
big
46
pot.
Yeah.
Biggest pot in
live
stream history here
Live stream history. So
at Poker House Dallas
at 5-10 1/4. So a lot of times you don't see those kind of 25. Again, this game definitely playing like 25-50 at minimum. And with these stack that I've watched some 10 quarter, even some 10 20-40. Like I've watched like the Hustler streams, like the Max Payne Monday, and those stacks don't get this big.
Well, it all depends who's playing.
That's true as well.
That's what usually makes games. You can have a game that's a 1-2 blind and there'd be a lot more on the table than some of the 5-10 games you would
100%.
see.
I agree with
you. So you gotta. It's just who's in the game and where the game is, but mainly it's just who's playing.
Right, 100%.
And RV Phil here back to the action. Queen 10 off. Bet 700 and Zefish 2-7. Zefish does make the call, and he's gonna see the bad news.
Pretty soon I'm gonna have to take a vacation for sure. And it's just like,
all right, we have 3 entries. I got to go ahead and get ready for this tournament. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. I'm going to get Danny Marks in the booth with you guys. Let Mr. Gator, Paul Tassone, along with Danny Marks, finish this up. I'll be back in the booth tomorrow for tomorrow's 5-5-10 Match the Stack live stream. You guys have a good evening. We'll see you tomorrow.
All right, Eddie. Thank you, sir. Have a good night. See Cashman here, under gun +1, ace-8 of clubs. Put in a raise to $150. RV. Ace-jack off. He's going to call the 150. Brian here, 7-6 off, third blind. AJ, under the gun. Put the straddle on for the 50. He does make the call for the extra 100. And AJ flopping the best hand, King 10. Cashman here with third pair, and RV with the gut shot. Jack would be making AJ a straight. RV would only make a pair at that point, so RV needs a 10. An ace will do too. Well, an ace won't do. Cashman will make aces and ace. So RV needs a 10 really. The deuce of clubs. Oh my gosh, Cashman! I forgot he picked up. I didn't see that he picked up the nut flush draw on the turn, and completes the flush on the river. Now AJ, King 10, gonna bet 350 into the nuts. Cashman does raise it. $2,800. RV failed just with ace high. AJ. Just with top pair. King 10. Just one club in his hand. He's blocking a little bit of the 10-jack straights and ace-10 for a flush draw, but Cashman had ace-8 of clubs. He does let it go. Wisely folds there.
I have ace of clubs. You could have shoved on Cashman. Yeah. I think at this point he calls anything. That would have been like 450 more to call for him.
Brian Green and I have been battling. We played so many fucking. What hand number is this? I gotta check this later. I'm happy with that.
69 viewers in the chat. Thank you everybody for being here. Currently just me, Paul Tassoni, aka Gator, here in the chat right now. In the booth. Shorshi, ace queen, gonna raise up to 150. Cashman, 8-4 off and fold. Oh, see, deuce trade clubs on the button, calling 150. Heads up to the flop. Both players do miss. Check, check. Turn king of diamonds is a good card for Shorshi. And it looks like check fold nice hands at OFC, and Shorshi just wins the pot. Yeah, I can bring up those stats up for you. Let's go ahead and check out the wins here. Looks like AJ up 20,000, 805. Brian 14,695. Assassin up 58.35. Moneymaker 5,600. Everyone else in the red. C 29.30. Shorshi 69.60. RV down 8,900. Cashman down a little over 10, and Zefish down 17,000. King 10 of diamonds for Shorshi, raising 150. Moneymaker, 9-8 of spades, going to call the 150. And OFC here, Queen Jack. Offsuit. And then Zefish, Ace 10 of clubs. Actually with the best hand here. Going to raise it up to 900 on the 3-bet Shorshi. King 10 of diamonds. Shorshi, look at this. Can make the call. And you're welcome, sir. And we're going heads up here. 2190 in the skillet. Ace King 8 all hearts. Monotone flop. Zefish here with the Ace 10 of clubs. Shorshi, wow, just turning 3 kings on the turn. Making the best of it. And the 4 clubs on the river. And Shorshi just bets 1775 and does get called by Zefish on the river. Looks like we're coming in for the 4th dealer, and we're going to put in another flip. It's going to be the last dealer of the night. Coming here at the end of the stream, got about an hour left into the stream. And again, thank you everyone for being here tonight, here at Poker House Dallas, here live. And if you're interested in coming and playing on the stream or off the stream, if you want to play on the stream, get a hold of Eddie, the Asian sensation. Online, there's a application to fill out, and he can get you on the stream. If you want to come and play off the stream, there's plenty of 1-2, 2-5 games and a few private games that go on in the side room there. Plenty of action, and there's also tournaments every week. I think there's a great tournament on Wednesday called Katie's Game, $100 buy-in, and he gets a really big prize pool out there. So come in and take a shot here in Dallas, Texas. It looks like an Omaha flip here. Either 100 or 200 each. I don't know the number yet. Last time it was 200. Looks like 200 this time. Well, thank you so much, Tammy. I appreciate the good compliments and hope you're having a good time where you are. And I'll see you in here next week when I come in.
Let's draw. Club. Club. Oh, I have the nuts so far. I have the nuts. 5. I have the nuts. Club. I have the nuts. 3.
Somebody made a flush, and it is Shorshi. He does make the jack-high flush. And he's going to win this $1,800 pot.
I also had the same straight.
Yeah, the Wednesday energy for the tournament is huge. There's so many people coming in for that tournament. Let's see if we can get it bigger this week as well.
Seven deuce isn't off, correct? It's still on. 7 deuce still on. It's still on.
7 deuce game still on for $100 each. I don't see the knit game on. I think it was only on once today. There's a player. Danny Marks just walking into the booth. Gonna get on the mic here in a couple.
Yeah, nobody cares what you have.
Right, let's get back to the action here. We got RV Phil, 2-6 is going to call the $50 straddle. And Queen Jack. Looks like Brian going to raise it up with the Jack 5 of clubs. The Jackson 5. Assassin. 9-4 off. Shorshi. Couple of threes. He's going to make the call 350. RV Phil definitely going to call. We have Danny Marks in the booth. Welcome into the booth, sir.
Hey, it's great to be back here. Thanks for having me. Excited to watch these players play. It looks like it's a big game tonight, huh?
Yeah, it looks like it's 5-10, quarter 50, sometimes 100.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me with these players. We've got some of the biggest players in Dallas here, so excited to watch the last hour here. Anyone on tilt yet? We got some big pots tonight so far.
We had a over 40K pot today.
Oh my gosh!
Which was 2 queens and the 2 kings.
Oh my gosh!
Cashman had 2 queens and Brian had 2 kings, all in pre-flop. It looks like Brian here turned 3 5s.
Wow.
RV Field checking.
So Brian's the big winner so far, I'm guessing. Oh no. All right, well, we can check.
I think he's in for a pretty fair amount, but I think he's definitely winning.
Oh yeah, I see the numbers now. Oh yeah, a lot of action tonight. Love to see it here. Come to Texas. We got the best action in the country. Big games. Brian Green making trip 5s right away.
And betting 2,300 here on the river. RV Phil in the blender. RV Phil does make the call with 2 6s. You see the bad news.
Yeah, I didn't see the whole hand, but it is an interesting spot here with 6s. He does block a lot of strong hands. At the same time, he does block some of the draws that Brian would have had betting flop and turn. So,
right.
All right, looking at the chat here. What's going on, everybody? We've got Tammy, Captain Underpairs, Mark Wee. Thanks for joining us tonight. Really glad to have you guys here. It was fun playing some 2-5 round of each here today at Poker House Dallas. Really fun game. If you guys want to play a little bit of PLO along with your Hold'em, come join us. We're starting at 1 o'clock most days.
You like to play PLO, Danny?
So I used to play a lot of PLO when I was in Chicago. They had a really good 1-2-5 game. But when I came to Dallas, the Hold'em games were just so fun out here. And I fell in love with learning the game again and just kind of switched hard into Hold'em.
Right.
And for my new challenge, I started learning tournaments.
Okay.
Which is a whole other game in itself. But it's been a really long time since I really grinded PLO, so it's kind of fun to mix it back up again. How about yourself? You play any PLO?
Yeah, I have dabbled in it I used to play a lot of it a long time ago. I played back when I worked in the casino business. I used to play PLO fairly often then, but once I got out of the casino business, I went back to No Limit Hold'em. I always liked No Limit Hold'em, but I think I'm going to start playing PLO as well.
Honestly, that's a really good mix. So if you want to kind of see which one you like more, doing back-to-back round of each has been a lot of fun. A lot of action. Straddles was on most of the day, 2, 5, 10.
Right.
So you could play some pretty big pots.
Is it Match the Stack? Or?
It is Match the Stack.
Oh, it is Match the Stack.
So $1,500 to start, then Match the Stack. It's kind of a new game that Kim and Hayden have been starting. So
okay.
Talk to them or Eddie if you want to get in, and they'll give you more info.
Very cool. And we have...
What's up, DFS Brett?
Cashman here, Queen 10 of spades on the button. Call 200. Make her down. RV Phil, 4-3 off. Call 150. Brian raised it in the hijack with ace-4 off. Ace-king 8 on the flop. Brian with top pair. Cashman with the gutter.
Oh, the guy who pays the 500 does not pay the 300.
Yeah, Mark Wee was there playing. He did really well tonight. I think he won a big bomb pot, if I remember correctly, but I could be wrong.
PLO double board bomb pot?
Yeah, we played PLO double board bomb pots at the dealer change. Yeah, if he's the one bringing that up, it was probably the pot that he won. If I remember, he scooped a big one.
Cashman does flat to 400. Queen 10 of spades. Turning a queen. Brian gonna check. Check.
I like that check there from Brian. He's got a pretty weak ace. Maybe give Cashman a chance to bluff here. He's not really going to get called if betting for value by worse, except for maybe some very strong draws. So.
Sunrun, new account.
It looks like Brian just made a fresh deposit into a new account, getting that Sunrun. Better not cash out.
It's because I want to get you hooked. Well, no, a player that I know that's super good, that he's Supernova Elite for a long time.
Wow, that's old school. Supernova Elite.
Poker Stars.
Then they Poker Stars rug pulled everybody and refused to pay everybody's Supernova Elite rewards.
Oh, really? They refused to do that?
Yeah, and then they just lost their monopoly, and now it's GG's. Well, I guess Brian's telling the story. I'll let him tell it. I don't know if the audience can hear. Danny Chen, what's up? Good to see you. Hope you're studying hard.
Cashman, ace tray offsuit in the cutoff. Does fold. Assassin 9 of spades. It's a hand that I like here.
Yeah, great hand on the button here. You can go either way. I like calling with this hand most of the time in position.
Does seem to make the call here. Yep, and they go heads up.
Ooh, interesting flop.
7-8 tray. 2 hearts. And OFC with the best of it.
Yeah, and he's got some backdoor opportunities. So does Assassin.
Turn is Queen of Hearts.
That might slow both of them down.
And definitely with the heart as well.
Assassin will have a little bit more suited middle-end cards in position here, but obviously OFC can easily have them as well.
OFC going to bet 250 here. What's going to be a chop pot?
Finally, one hand.
So, Assassin going to show them that they're chopping it.
Sounds like OFC's having a rough night. Yeah, it's fun catching him at the end here, not knowing kind of what's happened. And so much about live poker is game flow and feeling the situation, reading the room. So it'll be nice to try to see where these players' mindsets are at. You know, who's losing but can still play their A game.
Yeah.
And who's going to crumble and tilt it off. That's the fun part about high stakes, no limit hold'em. And I can tell you one thing. I've played with a lot of these players, if not all of them, and they are not afraid to put money in the pot.
That's true.
So,
Does Danny Marks have a tilt meter?
you know, I don't tilt very often. I am human, so it does obviously happen. But I'd like to think that's one of the stronger areas of my game. You know, I always say I don't have the best A game, but I stay in my A game the longest. And in my experience, you see a lot of people come and go, and that's been one of the most important parts of longevity in poker. If you're going to make it in the long run, you cannot donk away money. What about you all in the chat? Are you guys tilters? Are you honest with your own thought process? Do you meditate on it? I think that's very, very important to make it in the long run.
And OFC here with the 2 9s.
Big squeeze over here. Are they playing the Nick game at all?
They played it once today. I think it's been off since. They are
wow.
playing the 7 deuce game. That's the only side action that I know of.
What's the bounty on the 7 deuce?
100 each.
100 each, okay.
Yep. RV Phil.
RV Phil thinks Sean has the 7 deuce. He's blocking the 7 deuce fold.
So I got a good question for Danny. There was a hand that popped up here. Let's get Danny's opinion. I got to talk mine earlier. So Zefish is essentially bluffing in a hand, and there's 4 hearts on the board, and RV Phil has a queen high flush. He flops a queen high flush, queen deuce of hearts, and the river comes a heart, and Zefish, I think, puts a check raise in or puts a really big bet in on the river. He's got 2 aces, but he doesn't have the ace of hearts. And I said, Zefish can put a lot of pressure here knowing he has 2 aces. It's harder for RV Phil to have an ace in his hand since 2's already in his hand. He could think that way.
No, well, that in my opinion, that's flawed thinking because there's still just 1 ace of hearts left.
There is only
way,
1 ace of hearts.
And you know 2 of the cards in the deck. It
Right.
doesn't really matter that you have aces. I guess, I mean, yeah, as far because you're talking about a specific card.
A specific card, so he's not blocking.
Correct. So there's
there's
no blocking scenarios.
Right.
You know, I don't know the exact hand you're referring to, but if I'm understanding the story
Yeah,
correctly,
so it's only against 1 card. So
it won't affect.
which it won't, but you know, it's just
the only thing that matters is you don't have the cards that matter. So
right.
You're
so
not blocking
it's
anything.
kind of like you don't have the cards, but does he have the card as well?
Yeah.
And
So I mean, so as far as what you would call unnatural bluffs,
right.
That's a part of my game that I'm still not very good at. Most humans do not find enough bluffs in spots like that where you can only think of the natural bluffs.
Right.
And so there are definitely situations where you want to bluff without a heart there.
Right, without a heart in your hand.
But they are very complex, and I'm not super studied on those.
So I thought it was very interesting that he bet there on a 4 flush board with queen and Phil did have a queen high flush, but when there's a 4-liner out there, you know, it's hard to call unless you are there. And I like the aggression that Zefish really put in there. And
yeah, he's a tough player. He has pedal to the metal sometimes, and you really can't be afraid to put it in.
Getting back to this action, look at this.
Yeah, it looks like a
forceful and
here.
310.
Oh my gosh. Definitely a cooler. The river helps a little bit, but he has an 8, so you can't expect too many straights out there, really. So Cashman's got to feel pretty good about his hand. Is RV Phil taking the lead away here? I think I missed the turn.
RV Phil, I missed a turn as well.
Yeah.
I already feel betting 1800 and Cashman's going to call.
Betting pot, I don't think Cashman has any value in raising. He's only going to call by worst, most likely. Yeah, that's a pretty sick spot there for Cashman.
Really rough turn with the 10.
Speaking of strong mental games, that's one of the reasons why I'm such a fan of young Cashman over here. For somebody his age to act the way he does at the table, it's really impresses me. He never lashes out. He's always very nice, always smiling. You're going to see Cashman playing the biggest games around for a very long time, in my opinion.
I agree.
What about yourself? Are you? Is that something you've had to battle in the past?
What's that, tilt factor?
The tilt game, yeah.
I definitely think that. I think it's definitely something that a lot of us go through. Definitely something that I've had as human. We're only human, so
yeah. It's anyone who says they don't tilt is lying.
Yeah, I mean, we're not robots.
Yeah.
No, only a robot would not be able to tilt.
I mean, I'm pretty dead inside, but even I tilt. So there's actually some good books I read on the topic. Oh my gosh, I should have thought of the name before I said that. But we'll get back to the game. I'll see if I can remember.
So looks like Moneymaker races up to 300. The ace 10 of diamonds. Cashman here at the queen 10 off. Moneymaker flopping an ace. Ace queen 4. Cashman second pair.
Yes, it's The Mental Game of Poker by Jared Tendler. If anyone's interested in understanding their own mindset better, I highly recommend that book. The cool thing about working on your tilt game and your mindset is poker is a corollary to life. You know, you're going to have ups and downs, things you can't control. Being able to focus on the things you can control is going to make you a happier person. And so I find that when you're happier at the poker table, you're happier at home. And you don't want to bring the negativity around you because you're just not going to be a happy person. So, and that's the hard part about playing poker full time, in my opinion. All right, enough of the mindset babble. That's my preaching for the day.
I feel it coming, Brian.
Here we go.
It looked like 7 or 9 now or something like that.
I'll sponsor 50 each. 4 to 8.
What do they got the 200 on now?
Yeah, so sometimes the 50's been on pretty much a lot, and then sometimes the 100, and I haven't seen the 200, I don't think, at all until now, but the 100 has definitely been on as well. But it's getting late into the stream, so now the 100 and the 200's on there.
Yeah, I was in this game last Friday, and I was not comfortable. These players were putting the 100, the 200 occasionally. After the stream, they were going up to 4, 8, sometimes 16.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so these guys, I could not stay for that.
A lot of action. And Brian, 7-5 of clubs, does call it 200. Now, do you think when there's a few more straddles than just the regular straddle, you think the game ends up tightening up?
It kind of just depends on the lineup.
Depends on the lineup,
If
right?
you have players that are afraid to put money in, I do think it tightens up. And I think that will be true for most lineups. I don't think it's the case in this one.
I agree.
Like personally, just to tell you, for me, if I was in the small blind here, I would be much tighter. I'd be afraid. You also have more ranges to get through, so you have to change your understanding of positional awareness, at least pre-flop. But yes, it absolutely can tighten the game up. But with these guys, I think it's just going to make some really big pots.
But how about Shorshi here, just flopping a set of 3s?
And these guys are deep. So I mean, Shorshi's got what 125 big blinds to start this hand. If you're talking $200 big blind. So, I mean, they can get it all in here. I'm not here. I'm just saying it's a lot easier to get an all-in pot.
With the $200 straddle
Exactly.
on, with the stack sizes, yes.
Like, Assassin might lose a medium pot here, but a medium pot with the $200 straddle is pretty big.
And then the Jack of Hearts here on the turn. Shorshi The best of it all the way.
Yeah, that jack's a pretty bad card for Assassin. He might be able to make a tight fold here against a bet.
Looks like Shorshi's going to fire.
Yeah, a lot of draws, a lot of 2-pair type hands come in. There's a lot of pair plus draws going into the river, so I like a large bet here by Shorshi. Really price out those hands, make them pay if they want to continue. I would still expect my 3s to be good here almost always. Assassin's in a tough spot because, you know, if he calls here, he still has to be out of position going into the river. There's not any river cards he's really happy to see either, other than maybe like a queen and maybe a 7.
Yeah.
But honestly, there's just better 2 pairs out there as well, so I wouldn't be surprised to see Assassin just let it go right here. But let's see if he believes him. Shorshi's definitely very capable.
Give it up.
That's a good fold by Assassin.
Wisely folded the queen.
This one?
What are you looking for?
To like put it up on the screen.
Stack size? Yeah, just click the stack.
Oh. Trying to look at some stats here.
There we go.
Got some V-pips here. Ooh, Moneymaker and Cashman card dead. Yeah, I would expect them to have small V-pips in this game. Do I have to click it again to...
Yeah, if you click it again, I'll get rid of it. Yep. So then Moneymaker here, King 6 of hearts. I'm going to +2, going to get out the way. I'll refill out the way. OFC. Zefish on the button here. 10-9. Raise it to 300.
Yeah, it's interesting. Like, even on the button, when there's 4 or 5 straddles out there, you know, having all those extra ranges to get through, you obviously still have position, but technically you're supposed to raise slightly tighter. But obviously, these guys playing super deep, they're all gamers, so they're still going to open appropriately.
And Zefish calling a 1300 after Shorshi 3-bet 1600, and Brian in there as well.
Yeah, Brian sees that Shorshi's pretty deep. He can win a big pot here, getting decent odds 3-way to hit a set.
And he does hit it.
Oh my gosh!
Wow.
And the ace. Wow, this could be a big one here.
This could be a very big pot.
Oh, he's hiding the dog. All right, this could be a good one. Shorshi's the 3-better here. I do expect him to see that here at a reasonable frequency. He has no diamond, so he has a little bit more to protect against. Wow.
Zefish here wants to do something interesting on the turn with the call.
Yeah, he's going with the airball float. I don't mind this as much heads up, but I think 3-way, it's a little riskier. And I do like a raise here right now by Brian, going multi-way. You know, one of them is likely going to have either a draw and or an ace.
Yes.
A lot of value and starting to build a pot right away, taking the lead. You are out of position, so you don't want to just go check on the turn.
And Shorshi's going to make the call.
Yeah, and Shorshi can't go anywhere just yet. He's got a very strong hand. There's a lot of draws that Brian's going to be raising here. And he's actually not going to have very many sets, so it is interesting that he has one. The wheel boards are kind of interesting on multi-way 3-bet pots. It's hard for him to have much, so that's an interesting turn card, though. That definitely might save Shorshi a little bit of money.
It does.
Yeah, good fold. Yeah, another terrific player from Germany joining us here in Dallas. So that's live?
Yeah, that's the live side. It's a delay to us, though, so we can't see it.
Thanks for joining us. We got 73 viewers in the chat right now. Guys, it really helps if you smash that like button here. Helps with the algorithm. We want people to check out the stream. Come join us. Remember to hit the like button while you're here.
wife woke up under the gun with the huge hand. And I'm all in. Exactly. Stupid motherfuckers don't want to give me your money. Just picking up $1,400.
Yeah, it sounds like RV Phil's had a rough night with his cards.
Yeah, a couple people have been running into some pretty big hands tonight. Let's see here. RV Phil, looks like the straddle's on for the 100 now. So the old double straddle's on. Zefish with the ace-10. He's going to raise it up 300. AJ with the Israeli Ron. Brian, ace-5, calling 300. Looks like it's going to be heads-up pot here.
Thank you guys. It's been fun watching the stream from here.
OFC's got front row seats to watch the game.
Ace, Queen, Deuce, 2 diamonds here. Zefish, the best hand. Brian does lead up for 200, yeah. No, I'm sorry. Zefish bet 200, Brian called.
Yeah, OFC being out of position with Zefish, Brian, and AJ on his left, I would expect him to play a lot tighter than he normally plays. And you can kind of see that in his VPIP. 31 for OFC is pretty low.
First I lost on bad taste and realized going good guys lost there. Then I came here and lost here. It's a bad day.
The river is an ace. Zefish with the best hand still. Big trouble for Brian here.
Yeah, a lot of stuff missed. I would expect Brian not to be able to fold here. I think that's a snap call.
It does call.
Yeah, pretty standard there. Nice hand for Zefish. See if we can bring up here some other stats while we're waiting. We got pre-flop raise. A lot of aggressive players here. Love to see it. Brian leading the way. Oh yeah, Brian's crushing it tonight, up $25,000. Very nice to see.
And AJ up 20,000.
Yeah. Yeah, AJ crushed it last time, if I remember, too. He's been, he's tough to play against. He's definitely not afraid. I played with him for the first time last week.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, and he was, he's got the money to throw around, that's for sure.
OFC, Jack 3 clubs. Brian the cutoff with the 8 deuce. Okay, AJ's got a hand on the button with 2 6s.
I haven't even got 7 deuce, so I can use my image and just go all in.
Raise it 250.
Has anyone won the 7 deuce game yet?
I think Assassin won the 7 deuce game, but I think he's the only player that ended up with 7 deuce.
Okay, better question. Has anyone been punished and was trying to win the 7 deuce game?
No, I think they've only had it once, and there was one winner, and it got through rather easily.
But it's in the back of everyone's head all night.
Is that Queen 10?
Having 16 extra combos that might be bluffs every hand changes the game quite a bit.
Now, do you feel that 7 deuce game makes the game one-dimensional?
You know, personally, with that kind of stuff, I have a philosophy of pretty much just doing whatever the table wants to do. I don't want to be that guy, but personally, the 7 deuce game is not my favorite. I prefer something like the nit game over it. The problem with the 7 deuce game is it changes your bluff makeup, like your range makeup for how you have to split your bluffs, and I'm just not a fan of it personally. You basically are only bluffing 7 deuce in most situations. But again, I think you should do whatever the table wants to do, create a fun environment, and it's better than doing nothing and sitting around playing with 2 blinds all day.
Yeah, I mean, you know, main focus is to always have a fun table. For me, at least, is where I want to be. So, yeah, I don't mind. It looks like AJ raised with Queen Jack of Hearts in the cutoff and getting 3-bet by Shorshi with the Jack 10 of diamonds.
Both of these guys have beautiful hands, suited broadways.
And he does make the call here. 8-6-4-2 diamonds. Shorshi flopping a pretty good hand.
Yeah, that being said, it does hit the pre-flop callers range a little bit more. But with this specific hand having no showdown value, I do like choosing this for a c-bet. Since you're not going to c-bet very often, I like the larger size here. If it's like an ace-high board, he can go for a smaller size, but I like betting less frequently for a larger size when you do bet. But yeah, as far as other games go, I always try to put an extra gamble whenever I can. I really have been a huge fan of the knit game. I think that's been really interesting, and I'm glad they kind of brought that into the streams over here in Dallas.
I think the knit game originated in Texas. Stand-up game, knit game.
Yeah.
I like it as well. My opinion is, though, I think it should start before any of the hands are dealt. Because I'd hate to be the guy that wins like 5 hands in a row, and then you start the knit game.
Well, yeah, that's usually how it goes. I think you know, the players agree to do it at the start. You know, sometimes a player will be late and they just wait for that player to arrive.
That's fair.
Yeah. But I understand your point as well.
Well, it could make other people mad.
Yeah.
You know, and that's what I wouldn't want to see.
Yeah.
Hey, thanks, Captain Underpair. Sorry, I can't really see sometimes.
Thanks, Captain
Thank
Underpair.
you so much.
Where are you at right now? Are you in California? Are you hanging out in the RV? Yeah, Captain Underpairs is one of the top chat pros out there. He also plays in the Dallas area, local here.
Okay.
Along with Rena, thanks for joining us.
Yeah,
and
Rena's
a bunch of
always
others.
here.
Bunch of others in the chat.
And RV Phil here with 2 pair and OC with 2 pair. It's going to be interesting.
OFC's been waiting for a hand.
And here's a hand.
This could be bad. He might lose it all here, honestly.
Well, with his stack size.
Yeah. These two have a lot of experience with each other, and they...
6 would be a dangerous card.
Okay, that might save a little bit of money. Neither of them have great 2-pair hands. Let's see if OFC decides to go for a value bet here, or if he decides to shut it down. I think it's close. Against a raise in the turn, though, yeah, the fact that RV Phil is stressed with a better hand, I don't think I like the bet here by OFC, but it is close. I could be wrong. It did go check on the flop, and it was a limp pot pre-flop.
Right.
Because is officially the biggest one of my life.
Yeah, this is not an easy spot for RV Phil.
I think RV Phil's calling.
I do too. No, he's got the worst there.
Oh man, OFC didn't want to hear that.
Yeah, very nice call by RV Phil there. Pips him by 1. Yeah, you can see he knows it's a close spot there. Sean's a very strong post-flop player. Speaking of reading game flow and reading specific players, he has a tremendous feel for the game. So he knows that was a close spot.
God damn it.
Did you quit the 2-5 game to come in and commentate, or taking a break?
Yeah, I'm done for the night.
Okay.
I was just waiting to get a massage from Rose. She is one of the best massage therapists I've ever had, so I was looking forward to that.
Point me in her direction.
You got it. The redhead.
Okay.
Yeah. No, she's tremendous, so I wanted to get a massage before I came in here, and then Eddie had to go start the tournament.
Understood.
But yeah, there was a lot of action earlier. A lot of these guys were actually playing in the round of each game. RV Phil, OFC were both in the game. So was Moneymaker actually early on.
Okay. And Moneymaker here at the 7 deuce.
Oh, all right. Here we go. Let's see. He's not going to get through on 1 raise, that's for sure.
Yeah, I don't think so against Shorshi, but Moneymaker, Shorshi might read Moneymaker as really snug and give up ace jack, but I really don't see that happening.
He's got the image for it. No, I think pre-flop,
Oh, wait a minute.
Pre-flop, you have to call a lot more, or you have to defend against a lot more 3-bets with the 7 deuce game on. But AJ's got a spot where he could put in a cold 4, or he could fold. So both options are quite reasonable. Let's see what he goes with.
Let's see what he does, and he does
All
give
right,
it up.
He's up a
and
lot.
Shorshi gives it up.
Oh, money.
And that's kind of what I was thinking. He was going to think Moneymaker.
Oh, wow, that's fun.
It's gonna be
Moneymaker
hard.
gets some. Let's see if he gets a little money back here. Oh, Moneymaker's doing all right tonight, too. Slow and steady.
Chris finally made it.
Guys, look at these stats or stack sizes right now. There is over 150 easy on the table right now, just browsing it. A lot of big stacks. Brian leading the way up $25,000.
No fucking money and I have to give you
Well played, Chris.
You got him lay down ace queen.
Yeah, he's hasn't had many hands tonight, so he has a tight image. Easier for him to get the 7 deuce through. Mark Wee says he's thinking of going back to Poker House Dallas to play some more ROE. Mark, is your wife going to let you, or are you free now that you picked her up?
Brian here at the 10-6. AJ just going to get a walk.
That's his. He's going to do that.
Brian knew that he had the ace queen. He saw the twinkle in his eye.
Here's a fun one. Would you rather have 2 aces and get a walk, or would you rather play a big pot with them, win or lose?
I don't really understand what you mean by play a big pot, win or lose.
So, would you rather get a walk and everybody
What's
just
more
fold?
profitable, like playing a big pot with aces or getting the walk?
So, would you
Definitely
rather
playing
get a
big
walk or
pot.
just play a big pot? You can obviously lose the big pot. There's,
Yeah, I know, but
you know,
so the equity in taking down the blinds is less than the equity that you get
Right.
playing a pot with aces, probably.
right. So, I'd rather just play a big pot with aces, even if I lose it, because
Yeah.
I'm going to win more times than lose
Yeah,
getting it all in.
Yeah, yeah.
But you know,
So
I just
if you think about it, it's 1.5 big blinds, so it's 150. So you're making quite a bit of money just taking down the blinds. But in a game like this, your rate for playing the pot's going to be more.
absolutely. Looks like Brian here going to call the $300 raise from Shorshi with the ace-9 spades. And look at this flop.
Oh.
Shorshi 2 pair, Brian the nut flush draw on top pair.
Yeah, this is interesting. Both players have very big hands here. We could definitely see a pot. I like just calling here by Brian. If he raises, he actually shrinks down Shorshi's range to only hands that beat him. I know it looks like he's got a hammerlock in the hand, but in reality, he's got a tremendous bluff catcher, which can turn into the nuts. So I like playing pot control here in position.
And Brian puts in the raise on, or no.
No, he calls.
He calls. It looked like a raise for a
I
second.
really like that play by Brian. Looks like he agrees
Look
with
at
me
this.
here. Just playing his hand for the equity that it has. If I had, let's say, like a pair of the 10s with the flush draw instead of the ace, then I'm more likely to raise because now I don't have as much showdown value. So you have more reason to turn your hand into a semi-bluff. So when you have top pair and a flush draw, a lot of players might tend to overplay those.
Yeah, they get it all in very often
Yeah.
with that type of holding.
So yeah, you can see.
And Shorshi does get called on the river.
Yeah. Brian a little sad that he didn't make the nuts there.
Otherwise, why would you fold so quickly? I made up my mind that he's a fucking nit.
On the river, you can probably make an argument for just folding Brian's hand because you're actually now the spades are a detriment to you. You're actually blocking the bluffs of your opponent, and with that board specifically, there's a lot of hands that really beat you. But you also chop with a lot of other aces, so I definitely don't mind the call.
And Assassin laying it down under the gun +1. Shorshi, Moneymaker probably going to come in for a raise with the 2 6s. He does. RV Phil.
Yeah, he's not going to go anywhere with the king-queen.
Zefish. Jack 10 off.
It's all on camera.
AJ. He's going to call the extra 100 1/4.
There are 4 of you.
998. And nobody has anything except for Zefish with the open ender, moneymaker 2 pair now.
Yeah, multi-way, everybody's going to be a little cautious on this board.
Well, there's this, and Zefish turns it straight, and Harvey Phil picking up top pair.
No, he doesn't turn it straight.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm thinking of queen. Yeah, that's right.
I don't think he's
the
going to
queen
go
makes Zefish straight. I was reading Phil's hand and Zefish's hand at the same time reading the queen.
It looks close.
Yeah, it did look close, but
yeah.
Harvey Phil top pair, Zefish still with the open ender.
Yeah, he might feel like he's got a bluff here. I do not expect RV Phil to fold. He's got a very strong hand to call with.
Zefish, look at this. Leading out 1250. RV Phil, I'm sure, is calling. He does make the call.
It's just a good thing for me to spade didn't come on the turn.
And then the 10 on the river? Yeah. Ooh, shit. I would have shot 45K in there. You and I. I'm going to take 25 off a little bit.
So we're starting to get to the end of the night here. Probably 5 to 15 minutes left if I had to guess. Do you know what time they started tonight?
It started, I think, 3 minutes early, actually.
Oh, okay. So, yeah, probably coming close to the end here. Definitely still time for some big pots.
There was a couple big hands that were played that probably took us some of the time as well. That we're not going to see a full 100 hands here. And RV Phil, call 104-3 of spades. AJ, ace-8 of clubs.
Looks like the $100 straddle is on again.
The double straddle.
Yeah, so it's interesting OFC is not topping up. So he's got 20 bigs effective. So it's almost like playing a tournament for him. It'll be interesting to see how he adjusts to that situation. Try to find a good squeeze spot to get all in with.
And Assassin actually turning a straight here. And Shorshi with a 6-side flush. Oh, wait. 6-side flush draw and 2 pair. The queen 6. I wonder what Shorshi's going to do here. Probably make a call, I would assume.
Yeah, Assassin turns the straight, but he doesn't have any diamonds in his hand.
Right.
So he has to proceed with a little bit of caution.
River's jack of hearts.
Yeah, and the paired board isn't going to make him feel any better. That being said, he does still have a strong hand. I wouldn't mind seeing, like, a blocker size or a check here.
But it does hurt Shorshi's hand here with the jack, counterfeiting his 6.
Yeah, he's gets him a little easier to get away.
Mm-hmm.
All right, nearing the end of the night here. Let's see if we can take a look at the totals. All right, so Zefish has got a little bit of work to do if he wants to get back. But honestly, this game is going to go after stream.
Yeah, absolutely.
These players will probably play all night, so if you want to come get a piece of them, try to get some of that money yourself, come get it. Poker House Dallas.
Tuesday stream, you get back to
Danny, did you want to play the 2-5 today, or did you want to hop in this game today, or?
I'm heading out after this. I've had a long day. I got to get some other stuff done, but I played the 2-5 ROE earlier.
Fun time.
Yeah, that was a good game, but it's a Friday night. I'm expecting a 2-5 to get going if the ROE doesn't fill back up after the stream.
It looks like here, OC called the 150 with the 5s, and then Brian 3-bet with 5 deuce of diamonds on the button.
Yeah, Brian's like, I don't need the 7 deuce. I'll do it with the 5 deuce.
Moneymaker. And OC, I'm surprised he called. I figured maybe he would just rip it.
What does OFC have?
2 5s with about.
Oh, yeah, and that's the thing here with 5s. He doesn't really have any odds, any implied odds to win a big pot here. He basically is going to have to flop a set now to win multi-way. So if he did want to play, I would have also liked to just see a jam. That way he can take the pot heads up with what's likely to be the best hand. But now he's forcing himself to hit a set with only 1,500 behind.
And now AJ here, top pair. Aces and 10s with the queen kicker, and Brian taking a shot, c-betting 5 high.
Yeah, I think the jig is up for Brian, although he does turn some equity here. Straight draw. Let's see if he keeps the bluff going. Now he's over it. Now that he picked up a little chance to win too. That would have been a sneaky little 3 on the river.
Yes, it would have. And let's see how AJ is going to play his hand here. He does check. Do you think Brian barrels it here?
I mean, he's got no showdown equity, but I don't know what you're going to get to fold.
Well, it looks like he might be going for it.
Yeah, he probably does feel like he has to bluff. You know what? I changed my mind. There's a lot of queen jack, king queen, spade type hands that will fold. So I actually really do like a bet there. You can expect a lot of the draws just to fold. I like a small size. You don't have to go very big. It doesn't have to work very often to be profitable. So good bluff by Brian and good call by AJ.
Straddling to 100 to call.
Phil got the $100 on. No extra 200 from OFC.
Yeah, OFC's got 14.25 big blinds now. Sometimes OFC's a field player. Sometimes if he's just not feeling it, he's not going to reload. Other times he will match the stack. So it just kind of depends on his mood, his feel for the game.
What about you, Danny? Are you a field player or are you more math-based? How do you like it?
Both. I just try to take in all the variables and try to figure this very difficult and beautiful game out. I think I use a lot of my live experience and game flow to make decisions to lean me one way or the other. I use a lot of biases as well, but at the same time, I try to understand what and why certain plays might be better in certain situations. Captain Underpairs, thank you so much.
Hey, thanks, Captain Underpairs. Thanks so much for everything.
We got a $20 super chat. Great stream, great commentary, great chat. Thank you so much.
Captain
We appreciate
Underpairs in the house.
Yeah.
Brian, I'm going to pick it up here at the 910.
We'll let Eric and Eddie buy themselves a beer with that.
Thanks, Eddie. I appreciate that, sir. Danny's great to have in the booth.
Always fun. Thanks for having me back here. Love watching high stakes poker. It's a lot easier when you can see their cards, I'll tell you that much.
It's a lot of fun to be involved here in high stakes poker like this as well, and being here right in the action, constantly seeing every hand.
Yeah, anyone who wants to play high stakes poker in Dallas, talk to Eddie, and he will get you on the stream. They stream most days, I believe, all various stakes.
And Zefish raised up with the Jack 10, under the gun +2. Brian called, AJ called. Moneymaker with the 6-5 of spades, and RV Phil, he's not going anywhere. Deuce Trey. 10-9-7. Brian flopping a straight here.
And AJ with
two pair. And Zefish with top pair and a gutter.
Yep.
Wow, this could be a big pot. Brian gonna lead out for 600.
Yeah, Moneymaker's got the second end of the straight, so he's going to be getting out of here. Multi-way, that hand becomes pretty worthless.
And look at this. AJ going to call. Harvey Phil. 3 high.
He was thinking about dirty thoughts, but he thought better of it.
Zefish going to call the $600. And deuce of clubs. Good card for Brian. Good card for AJ as well.
Yeah, I like a large size here by Brian. There's so many hands that are going to continue here. The middle of the board smashes everybody. And you really want to protect against bigger straights, sets, 2 pairs, and bigger flush draws as well.
And wisely, AJ giving up the 9-7.
Yeah, I like that fold. I think multi-way, you're going to have so many river cards that you just don't know what to do on. You could be in terrible shape already, and you rarely have your opponent in terrible shape. Even their high equity bluffs are going to have very strong equity against you, and you're just not going to have very much clarity going into the river, so I like a fold there.
My gosh, and Brian just keeps improving.
Yeah, I almost would have rather call with Zefish's hand over AJ's, even though Zefish only has 1 pair, because he actually can improve to a much stronger hand. And he's, I don't know, does he have, no, he doesn't have position, but I do like his call over AJ's, but at this point, I do think you gotta fold. You only beat like naked 8X bluffs. Backdoor clubs got there as well, but you know, Brian very, very capable of bluffing in any spot, so he's stuck. He might feel like he wants to let him up here late. Brian petting his dog, drinking beer, scratching his ear. He's got this. It's very hot in here. Thank you. Yeah, Zefish is in the blender here. Very big bet. Very polarizing. I just can't find too many hands that we beat here. But again, it's a lot easier when you're looking at the cards. A lot more difficult when you're facing 6,000 American dollars.
Yes, and Zefish looked like he almost called there for a second.
Yeah, it looked like he was about to throw a chip out there.
He was really debating on throwing that chip out there.
What do you think, chat? 1 for a call, 2 for a fold. What's it going to be?
Man, Zefish is in the blender for sure.
He does call. Brian's going to show him the bad news here. What a night for Brian.
Brian's won a lot of big pots today.
Yeah, after that pot, I don't know if that pot was counted yet.
I don't think so. Brian was, I'm not 100% sure now,
yeah,
but
Brian's up, looks like about 21,000. I think he actually may have lost one before that.
That might be it.
Hayden, what's going on, buddy? Hayden says Brian has the cigarette, Sammy Farha style, the good old days. Remember, he battled the real Chris Moneymaker heads up.
With a cigarette in his mouth. Sam Farha, I think, plays in Houston now.
I believe that's his home, yes.
I had a friend that would play PLO with Sam Farha there, actually.
That's his game. Yeah, I've heard he's quite the character.
A lot of characters in poker.
Hayden was also there for the 2-5 ROE today. If anyone wants to play that game, talk to Poker House Dallas. They're trying to start, I believe, almost every day, if not every day, at 1 p.m. $500 minimum buy-in, $1,500 max. With a match the stack afterwards. They rotate every round between PLO and no limit hold'em. Very fun game. I played it today.
So RV Phil here, flopping the nut flush draw, OC with top pair and a gutter, and AJ's got ace king.
Yeah, another interesting spot, very wet dynamic board. So I like playing it a little slower by RV Phil here.
In those spots, do you ever like wonder what you should say or?
Yeah, I mean, OFC, at this stack depth, I'm probably just ripping it, getting it in right now.
Right.
OFC only has 700 behind.
Oh my gosh.
And he turns the nuts here.
And OFC looks like he's all in the dark. I'm a little confused what happened with the action here. It looks like checking and all in.
Yeah, it's hard to tell the action. Just need to get caught up a little bit. But OFC is going to get stacked here. Nice hand by RV Phil. Looks like there will be seats open if anyone wants to come play after the stream. JD also just arrived if you want another player to battle against.
Stream tomorrow should be at 6 o'clock, Rena.
Yep, same time tomorrow, Rena.
Look at this. AJ with 2 aces. Under the gun +1. He's going to kick it up to 150. $50 straddle on. $50 straddle's been on pretty much all night.
Oh yeah,
Most of the time.
these guys are used to playing even bigger, so that doesn't surprise me at all. Nice little hand to crack aces with here.
10-8 of hearts, yeah. RV Phil, the 8-5 of clubs. Look at this flop here.
A lot of interesting flops here, a lot of middling flops. Shorshi does flop the straight right off the bat with RV Phil flopping the flush draw.
And we talked about Shorshi had a good hand to crack aces, and there it is. And RV Phil, he's got a gut shot and 8-high flush draw. He's probably not going anywhere. Shorshi with the nuts, I mean the second nuts, raising it to 1100 here. RV Phil, 8-high flush draw does call.
If I'm in the game, I'm not giving it to you because I don't want to give you lucky money when I'm in the game.
Yeah, I actually would have liked to see a little more pot control from AJ right off the bat, going with the check call. You're not really afraid of too many turns with the ace of clubs, and on that board, you can easily be behind as well. So this is a good spot to defend your checking range by not just having check folds here, and it's a good spot to check call. You can go runner and make the nut flush. Against this action, I don't mind just folding right there. So a good fold from AJ.
He turns to 6 of spades here. Now RV Phil has 2 straight draws. He has a 7 or a 10, but he doesn't know that that's not going to be any good unless he hits a club. I think we're coming down to the last hand after this one. We'll be playing post-stream.
Just a few more hands here. Thanks for joining us on this Friday night.
Is he allowed to buy it, or do we have to just wait till
I don't want to mess with your mind. 600? Yeah. 600 for your stupid clubs?
Remember to hit that like button on your way out, and join us again tomorrow night at 6 o'clock. I will be in that game, so come cheer for me.
on 6.
Yeah, I had a feeling this game was going to play really big today, so I'm glad I didn't get a seat.
So Assassin here raising to 250 with the Ace King Moneymaker. Ace Queen of Hearts on the button.
Yeah, I could definitely go for a 3-bet here against the hijack.
Let's see 8 to you. Not money.
Brian here 6 deuce.
Almost, Brian, almost.
Almost.
He would have put in the cold 4.
Both of these guys have pretty big stacks.
Yeah, let's see how Assassin chooses to play this. You can go either way. Sometimes it's nice to just call this hand out of position so you have some very strong hands on ace and king high flops.
And he does flop the best of it here.
Yeah, and this way you can get more bets in. Even out of position, it's a hand that can easily pot control in this situation and win a big pot. Moneymaker has easy barrel here, or easy c-bet in this spot. I like c-betting 100% of this board, button versus hijack. He's got backdoor heart draw, backdoor nut, straight draw as well. Also, he's just going to have a lot more king X. He's going to have a lot more hands like ace king, aces, kings. It just so king queen. It just so happens that Assassin does actually have the ace king in this spot, and he does decide to just go for the check raise right away. I would like to see, you know what, maybe a check raise is pretty good there. What do you think? A check raise or a call there from Assassin?
I mean, it's a pretty dry board. I mean, there's not like 2 hearts on the board, and he does have top, so you could go with either. You could go with a check raise, go with check call.
Yeah, and Moneymaker's not going to have too many draws on this board, so you want to keep his junk in and hands like ace queen. So I like just calling and trying to get Moneymaker to barrel.
And if Assassin turns an ace, you know, then obviously Moneymaker makes top pair.
Yeah, and Moneymaker's going to barrel on a lot more cards than that as well.
I'm going to flip the...
All right, so this is the last hand of the night. Looks like they're doing a $500 flip.
$500 flip.
Big old flip.
That's a fun one.
But thanks everybody in the chat for joining us tonight. We'll go over the stacks one more time. Brian with the big boy stack, almost $70,000. Unbelievable.
Quite the stack.
Yeah.
And thanks everybody for tuning in. Again, I'm Gator here, and Danny Marks came in late to the booth. Always great to have him here. Great player, great to have around. Drops the knowledge in for you.
Well, thanks for having me, Gator. Always a pleasure.
I appreciate it, sir. I wish you well tomorrow on your stream.
Thank you. Taking the day off tomorrow?
I'll be out of town.
All right, sounds good. Spend some time with the wife. And Brian, the big winner, $30,000 winner. That might be our biggest Friday win. Congratulations to Brian. You love to see it.
Oh, I have 10. I have a 10.
And I'll be here next week commentating and playing on Saturday next week. And Danny, I'll tune in if I can. If I don't tune in tomorrow, I'll tune in late. And hopefully you win a big one tomorrow.
I agree. Let's go. I've been running hot this month. Let's keep it up.
There you go.
Knock on wood. Knock on
And
death.
it looks like Shorsey's going to win it here with the 3 10s and a 6. And once again, thanks everybody for tuning in here at Poker House Live here in Dallas. We're going to go ahead and close this out. And appreciate everyone stopping in. And I am Paul Tony Gator and had Danny Marks in the booth with me. Always fun. And see you guys tomorrow at 6 o'clock.
6 o'clock for the stream.
6 o'clock for the
There's
stream
a
tomorrow.
$250 heads-up tournament tomorrow.
Nice. And that's in the morning, right?
At noon, yep.
Noon.
Register before 11:45. Yeah, register before 11:45. We've already got that open and people registering today to get ready for that tomorrow. I've got a bunch of these advertisements I'm going to kick through before we leave. The first one we have is, well, let's just go through these in order. Wednesday, Mark's game, 10 a.m., 1K max buy-in, 1-3 blinds, and they play a bunch of games. It's basically a home game. Here's the $250 buy-in for tomorrow, April 15th. Register before 11:45 a.m. so I can make my brackets. Free membership for all first responders, police officers, firefighters, and veterans. We take care of those guys that take care of us.
That's a great thing, too.
Staff appreciation, half price for anybody that works in the industry. Texas Kim, every day she's hosting a 2-5 round of each, $300 minimum. I think they just changed that to a $500 minimum.
Okay, sounds great.
Because they had so many people. They were going to go 3 to 1,000 or something like that, but they had so many people, they made it 500 to 1,500. I think, I'm not positive. You can find out. That's it, guys. Yeah. We're done. I will see you tomorrow. I'm going to be here super early to get that heads-up tournament going. It'll be a lot of fun. Thanks, Gator.
Yeah, thank you so much, Poker House, for having me. Thank you, Eric. And thank you, everybody in the chat and viewers that tuned in tonight. And I will see you guys next week.